Good evening and welcome to tonight's Pleasanton City Council. We have a little feedback there. All right. Pleasanton City Council, it is February 7th at 7 p.m. And could we all please rise? And Vice Mayor Balch, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Do you have some remarks for us this evening?
I do. Good evening and thank you for joining us tonight. I'd like to highlight a few upcoming events that may be of interest to our residents. Black History Month. February is Black History Month, a time when we as a country reflect and celebrate Black history, culture, and heritage. Here in Pleasanton, the Library and Recreation Department has put together an assortment of events and activities this month, including live shows featuring Black artists, books, films, discussions, and more. I hope you're all able to take advantage of these opportunities to engage, listen, and learn from a variety of Black voices and stories. Please visit blackhistorymonth.cityofpleasantonca.gov to discover these many wonderful opportunities. Library Book Sale and Superbook Sunday. The Friends of the Pleasanton Library Organization is holding a book and media sale at the Pleasanton Library over Super Bowl weekend, February 9th through 12th. Books for all ages, DVDs and CDs, all in nearly new condition, will be available at a discounted price. The book fair hours will be Thursday, February 9th from 2 to 7 p.m., Friday, February 10th from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m., and Saturday, February 11th from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. On Sunday, February 12th, before the Super Bowl, there will be a special Super Book Sunday promo where you can fill a bag of books and pay just $7 for the entire bag. Hours for the Sunday sale are from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. And that concludes comments.
Okay. Could we have a roll call, please?
Yes, council members Arkin,
Here.
Balch,
Present?
Nybert,
Here.
Testa,
Here.
Mayor Brown.
Here.
Thank you.
Okay. The next item on our agenda is amendments. Any by staff?
Good evening, Mayor Brown. No agenda amendments tonight for the city council, but I do have one brief introduction that I'd like to make. We have our new deputy city city manager here in the audience today. Alexa Jeffress is with us. She'll be, I'm sure, presenting sometime soon, and we'll make personal introductions, but just want to acknowledge Alexa this evening.
All right. I think your official day was yesterday. Start date. Welcome. Welcome. Okay. Any agenda amendments by city council? Okay. Seeing none, we'll proceed forward. If anybody would like to speak on items on our agenda this evening, there are these wonderful blue speaker cards in the back if you're in the room. And then there is the raised hand feature if you're going to be on our Zoom hybrid meeting. I'm going to call on people here in the room first on the agenda item, and then second for people that are not in the room, giving some preference for those of you that showed up today. All right, our next agenda item is consent calendar. These are items considered routine in nature and are passed by a single vote of the council. Does anybody have any questions of staff?
I do.
Mhm.
On item 7.
Are you on the microphone?
Yes, item 7. I had asked, it's about the annual slurry and paving. And I had, every year I express my concern about that. It seems like the slurry in a lot of areas isn't holding up. And I was wondering if we had some opportunity to evaluate whether it was appropriately
Sure.
living its life the way it,
Yeah.
I'm drawing a blank.
So, we have a number of different road resurfacing components that we use from year to year. And I'm not sure if our Director of Engineering, Steve Kirkpatrick, is here this evening, but what I'll say to this is a few years ago, we did have a slurry seal project that didn't cure properly, and it created a lot of questions about the different types of surfaces that we use. And so I have had this conversation with Director Kirkpatrick. He'll be much more articulate on the different mediums that we use for street resurfacing and the reason for that. Generally speaking, we have a good relationship with the contractors who are doing the work, and it has been effective. This particular item on the agenda this evening is not about a slurry seal program. It's about road repair associated with the West Las Positas rebuild project. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Director of Engineering, Steve Kirkpatrick, to talk about this slurry seal question.
Okay, all right, it says annual street resurfacing and preventative, so.
Yeah, we had to amend that contract to be able to do the work that we needed to for West Las Positas, because West Las Positas was not in the original contract for the annual resurfacing program, but we needed to make some repairs to ready it for the quick build bike lane project.
Okay, so it's just for that area. Well, I appreciate then being able to take a minute and just give us an update. And there are some areas of town that I think just over on by Cottinger, there's just where right after it was sealed, it seemed to not hold.
Madam Mayor, members of council, Steve Kirkpatrick, city engineer. I didn't actually hear the question, but I have heard the issue before, so I can address that. Slurry seal is actually, it's a product that goes over the surface of the street. It's about a little bit less than a 1/4 inch thick. It seals the cracks. It really prolongs pavement life, and it lasts about 10 years. It's a vital part of our pavement management program, but it is not like new asphalt. It goes down and it takes some time to cure. We had some problems in the past, about 6 years ago, I think now. It's been that long ago, where we had a section in town that really took a couple months to heal, to completely cure. And we were seeing tire marks, where power steering marks were causing problems, blemishes in it. It wasn't a problem with the seal, it was a problem with the aesthetics. And we went through a lot of work to determine how we could avoid this in the future. And we looked at different mix designs, which included different polymers, which caused them to cure more quickly. I think we've had pretty good luck in the last several years since we changed to this new program. So that answers the question on slurry seal. This project, though, we are awarding, it is our resurfacing project, and they will be doing some work, taking out some low spots before we go forward with the phase 1 bike lane improvements on Las Positas.
Okay, thank you. I'll have some more questions for you when it comes forward with the actual slurry contract. But, and I wondered why we didn't have the list that we normally have of what streets, so that I understand. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Yes, Councilmember Arkin.
I just have a couple of quick comments on 2 items,
Sure.
if that's okay, item 6 and item 11. And so item 6, I just wanted to let my fellow council members know, I'm no longer, Councilmember Nybert has taken my place on the Altamont Open Space Committee, but I wanted to just let everybody know that we did, if you looked at all of the areas that we identified as priority areas to conserve for open space, we did really heavily use the input of those groups that are listed, like the Tri-Valley Conservancy and East Bay Regional Park. So just wanted to let everybody know we did do all that work that it says in here, and looking for our approval on that. And then on item 11, I just wanted to make a comment to staff to thank you very much for getting an electric vehicle for this transit passenger van for Pleasant and Rides. Happy to see that we were moving in that direction and using an electric vehicle. So thank you for doing all that. And that's all I have.
Okay, any other questions? All right, I'm going to open the public hearing. I do not have any speaker cards on the consent calendar. Do we have anybody at home that would like to speak? Please use the raise hand feature.
There are no requests to speak.
Okay, I'll close the public hearing, bring it back to the city council. What would you like to do with the consent calendar?
Mayor Brown, I'd like to make a motion that the council approve the consent calendar items as stated in the agenda.
I'll second that.
All right, we have a motion made and seconded. Any last minute comments? Okay, let's take a vote.
The motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're on to a meeting open to the public. This is agenda item 13. I do have some speaker cards. If you're here to speak to items that are within the responsibility of this council and they are just not listed on the agenda, this is the time to fill out a blue speaker card in the back and hand it to our city clerk, Ms. Kwong. And I only have 3 speaker cards right now on this item. So with that, I'm going to open the public hearing. And my first speaker is Miss Sarah Campbell. And she will be followed by Miss Vicky Labarge. Welcome.
Hi, do I just go? Good, okay.
Yeah, you have 3, you should see 3 minutes
great.
there, but take your
So
time.
my name is Sarah Campbell and I have lived in Pleasanton all 44 years of my life. I have been a student in POSD and I'm a mother of a 2019 Amador graduate, a current 10th grader at Amador and a 5th grader who is to attend Pleasanton Middle School next year. I have seen the evolution of Pleasanton Middle School and the school chaos that occurs at the library. From being a student there myself to being a parent twice already through, I'm terrified for the students entering the school next year. In the most recent town hall at Pleasanton Middle School regarding the beating, almost every concerned parent was dismissed or balked at. I had the privilege of coaching girls for 10 years here in Pleasanton, and I've worked on a variety of campuses and volunteered. You learn a lot from students, and I learned that a lot of what they see and have to deal with are not made aware to administration because, like us parents, they don't feel heard. What we saw in January was not the first time. I have sent the school district and the current principal at Pleasanton Middle videos of beatings just like this on school campus, at the libraries, around town, fights, bullying for the past few years. Heads being stomped on and kicked like soccer balls is not a fight. That is a beating. These beatings happen pretty regularly. Fights at Pleasanton Middle are happening regular. Students not using the bathroom is a regular as well. My 2019 graduate never used the bathroom. My son currently has never used a public school bathroom. We are asking for change and we're asking for your help. We're asking for the leaders of our city to intervene as we are not being heard. As a former Amador student, I had off-campus lunch and resource officers were very present, especially during lunch and after school. I'm asking you to budget and fund additional resource officers, not only for Pleasanton Middle School, but all our schools. And I would love to see them at the library or even downtown, because I'm sure businesses have expressed their concerns multiple times. And if they haven't, that's shocking because it's very public. Thank you.
All right, Sarah, before you sit down, if you don't mind staying there just for a few more minutes. I did have a conversation with our city manager and he too has been working on it. So I wondered, Mr. Bowden, could you comment?
Yeah, thank you for coming this evening and stating the concerns that you've outlined. The school and the city are in a partnership. There is you know because you're asking for more, but there is a school resource officer program in place. There's a memorandum of understanding between the city and the district about how those resources are deployed. And I heard your request for more. I think the interesting piece here is that discipline is something that from an age perspective, middle school versus high school is something that we need to clearly have more conversation about between the district and the city. And so we're hearing that, we're having those conversations now. They're not part of the town hall discussions. They're part of the more of the administrative side of the relationship. And so just want you and others who are here to talk on the subject this evening to know that we are working with the district on how to move forward.
Great. Thank you.
Thanks. Great. Ms. Vicky Labarge, and you'll be followed by Mr. Mark Adams.
Hi, thank you.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council representatives. Thank you for your time tonight. Thank you for that update because that's important to hear. What I also heard is that it's middle school and high schools. I'm going to talk a little bit about pre-middle school and pre-high schools. I'm a 40-year resident with Pleasanton. My children attended Pleasanton schools. My son attended PMS the first year it opened, and now my grandchildren attend school here in Pleasanton. I'm addressing you tonight about the additional resources, specifically at PMS. I have had a great many friends with children at PMS and hear over and over again about the fights, the fear of using bathrooms, the yard duty personnel being told off, sworn at, completely disobeyed and ignored. I've been warned off of volunteering, and I like to volunteer for things. I've been warned off of volunteering for yard duty because how yard duty volunteers are treated by the children. A bit about my story and why I'm concerned. I'm fortunate to have my daughter living here in Pleasanton. My grandson attends Hearst. He's a high-functioning ASD student and is very bright but lacking social skills. We have always been concerned that someday he would be bullied, as ASD students are, as ASD kids often are. He has from pre-K loved going to school here. For the past month, he's been saying he doesn't want to go to school anymore. Last week, his mom found out he's being bullied in kindergarten. In kindergarten. Kids who bully in kindergarten will probably continue this behavior through grade school and high school. The teachers have their hands tied to correct this behavior at any grade level. Administration of PMS school is either ineffective or unable to provide a safe environment for all students. The answer is not moving kids who are bullied to another school or homeschooling them. The answer is holding parents responsible, providing resources to the school to help them combat the behaviors that we see at PMS and earlier grades. Perhaps if community resource offices are calling on the parents of children with bad behavior, it might just stop. I've always believed in public schooling and would love for my grandchildren to attend public schools, but as it stands, it's looking more and more like homeschooling may be the option for them. I'm asking you tonight to budget and fund additional resource officers at PMS and any other school that needs support from our city because it's not being handled at the school level. Thank you.
Thank you. Sadly, it seems like violence is everywhere. Now kindergarten too. That's disappointing. Mr. Mark Andrews, and you'll be followed by Ghazal Belikoff. Welcome.
I don't have children in the school here. I'm a community member. I didn't prepare remarks. I went to school in Southern California at what I would call a blue collar Catholic school. In 4 years, I saw one fight. And in 4 years, 3 years of basketball, I saw one fight at a game. My school was multi-ethnic. Maybe 10% of my classmates could afford to live in Pleasanton. I probably couldn't afford to live in Pleasanton. I don't know if you've read Next Door. I encourage you to go through and read everything in there. Parent after parent after parent after parent saying, my child was beaten. My daughter won't use the restroom. My daughter doesn't want to go to the restroom. To put this in context, when I would go play basketball in high school as a freshman, we went to Compton, which you've probably heard about, and Long Beach Poly, and our coaches said, don't go to the bathroom alone. So that was 40 odd years ago. And now I'm hearing something similar in Pleasanton. I went to the meeting the first night at PMS. One of the first things the principal said was, this was not a fight. This was an assault. Now, let me say parenthetically, the principal seems like a very nice man. The assistant superintendent sounds like a very nice man. But I didn't once hear him say that there's a no tolerance policy for violence. I didn't hear the assistant superintendent say there's a no tolerance policy for violence. I heard the moms say that. I hear moms who are teachers say that. I didn't hear your leaders, our leaders, say that. My understanding is Pleasanton is spending $250,000 on a woman to talk about equity. And maybe there's a clique here the school's not confronting. There are apparently 5 or 6 girls that are running the school. I didn't know this is a girl thing. Apparently, violence is more prevalent with girls in school. There was a parent at the meeting who worked at a school in San Jose and said the majority of the fights are with girls. Now, I don't know if this is tied to TikTok. I don't know, Twitter. I'm just saying it was new to me. I called a friend just before I came here tonight. He was bullied in high school. I talked to his dad and said, by the way, what happened at middle school? He said, oh yeah, He was bullied in the locker room. His head hit the cement floor. And I went in and talked with the principal. Now, what are the odds I call one person and he's like, yes, there's a problem. Anyway, and when I asked the principal about statistics on violence, he didn't have statistics. He couldn't tell me what happened in the last 5 years. And when he talked about violence, he gave us a 7-minute word salad. You can't give a 12-year-old a word salad. No violence.
Thank you. Back to you, City Manager. Got one more speaker, Giselle. I understand there is an upcoming city school district meeting. You know, we are the city council. We have lots of responsibilities, including the police department, but schools fall under the school district. So is there an upcoming school district meeting?
Yeah, my understanding is there's a board meeting on the 9th, and I'll look to Patrick in the background in the audience today. There is a school board meeting on the 9th. And just to clarify, the funding sources, the operational responsibilities, public safety is a city of Pleasanton responsibility. But when it comes to schools and how discipline and public safety is administered in the schools, we do have a memorandum of understanding, and that is the heart of the discussion about how the district and the school operate. But in terms of our budget and the things that we're doing here operationally, it is a completely different set of funding source and a set of different responsibilities here at the city relative to the school board and the school district. So just like you have your elected council here this evening, you'll have the elected school board relative to the schools. And you all know that. But I think when it comes to the $250,000 that we're spending relative to diversity, equity, and inclusion, that is an organizational initiative here at the city. It's important. It is recognition of some of the challenges that we're seeing in society. But it is not money that would have otherwise gone to a school to the school district for their purposes.
Thank you. Great.
Good
Welcome.
evening. My name is Gazelle Balaikov, and I've been a resident of Pleasanton for the past 14 years. I have 3 children who have gone through the Pleasanton School District, with one currently a 7th grader at PMS. Over the past few years, I've noticed specifically at PMS having higher rate of fights between students than the other 2 middle schools, Hart and Harvest Park. My impression has always been these altercations were not violent and addressed rather quickly. In the month of January of this year, I have seen at least 4 videos of fights between students at PMS, with each one seemingly more violent than the previous one. On January 19th, a video was shared on social media amongst PMS students, which shows a brutal attack on a PMS student in front of the public library after school. This video clearly shows that the attack was premeditated and planned by several kids. The assailant is also a student from PMS. If you haven't seen this video, I highly recommend you all to view it to understand the immense problems we are facing. I'm here tonight to shine light on the growing violence in our middle schools. Our children are afraid to go to school. They're afraid to use the bathrooms and to walk alone to and from class. School is supposed to be their safe haven, not a place they fear from getting bullied or assaulted. I would like to encourage our city officials to come together with our police department and our school board and school administrators to develop a clear plan to prevent this culture of bullying and fights. We need to have a zero tolerance policy for those who are bullying, assaulting, and also those who are encouraging this behavior. This has to stop before a child is seriously hurt. From what I understand, the disciplinary actions against these assailants is quite ambiguous, and further plan of action to prevent such behavior is geared towards younger children. I do understand the need to focus on restorative behavior, but this does not address the current crisis. Consequences for these behaviors must be severe enough to deter further assaults. We are dealing with pubescent children and not elementary school students. I understand PMS school officials are taking initiative and putting forth effort in addressing this issue, but we need more resources and personnel to ensure these measures are effective. I would like to suggest parents, school officials, Pleasanton Police Department, and city officials getting together and developing a plan to not only understand the increase in violence, but also on how to prevent it, so our children feel safe at school where they can focus on learning and growing and not being victims. Thank you.
Thank you. Very well said. Anybody else from the school district? Anyone want to speak? All right. Do we have anybody at home that would like to speak on this agenda item? Or which is meeting open to the public on any items that are not listed on the agenda?
There are no speakers, Mayor.
Would you like to speak? Did you fill out a speaker card? Come on forward and then you can fill out a card afterwards.
Hi.
Hi.
My name's Gina Laidlaw. My daughter went to PMS. I don't have any kids in the school district now. I just want to say something really quick on this whole thing that happened. I saw the video and same thing. I've had issues with that in the past when my daughter was in school. I just want everybody to just think for a minute. If that was your child and you saw what happened, I think that you would be grateful that there's people like Giselle and everybody supporting this. Just think about that when you go home, because I wouldn't want to see that happen to anybody. Thanks.
Thank you. City manager, we have a joint meeting coming up in a month and a half, 2 months between the school district. I know we have our liaison meetings, but could we consider adding that? I think it would be important to add violence in the schools and how the city can work together.
Yes and yes. April 20th is our planned city council POSD joint city council and board meeting, school board meeting. And we do have our monthly meeting. I'm not sure of the date for the next liaison meeting, but we can make sure that's always published and publicly available.
Okay. It's going to be February 14th, actually at 3:30 in the afternoon, February 14th. Yes, please. And then if you could fill out a card when you get done. Thank you. So we can have it as a matter of record.
Yeah. Hi, my name is Tiffany Carryan, and I'm here to also address the violence at PMS. I have a son who's a 5th grader entering PMS next year, and I'm terrified to send him there. I have heard nothing but horrible things about PMS. The reputation of violence, bullying, intimidation, and fear is pervasive in the city when you talk about that school. I went to the meeting that was held at PMS also, and I was very disappointed by the response of administration, the lack of admitting that there was a problem. That's step number one. And then putting a plan into place. I did email school board trustees that I had their contact information, and I've gotten a response. And I think that, there's a focus on doing something different. I want to know, what actionable SMART goals that the school district is going to take to reduce the violence in the school. I want to know, how is that going to be tracked, reported? Also, what the city can do to help support those goals. I will not allow my child to be anywhere near the library or downtown because of the problems. There is not sufficient oversight. I have several friends who have gone to PMS who have pulled their children out to private schools because of violence and bullying. So I think it's important that the community understands that we pay a premium to live in this city. And that is because we want our children to be in an environment where it's safe to grow up and it's safe to go to the schools. The problem at PMS, it seems like the current administration is ill-equipped to resolve. So we need the support of not just the school district, but the city and the resources that the city has available to support the school district. So I plan to attend the meeting on Thursday as well, because I know that that's, on the agenda, or not on the agenda, but we plan to discuss it. But I think it's important that we don't continue to allow the administration at PMS to sweep these issues under the carpet, and that children run rampant in downtown, causing problems and continuing to be violent. Thank you.
Would you like to speak? Welcome to our council meeting.
Thank you, Mayor Brown, City Council, for the opportunity to come in and listen to our community. I'm Joe Wynn, I'm the principal at PMS. a little under the weather, so I'm going to keep the mask on. I do hear our community. That's why I came to the city council this evening. I want to hear the input and recognize that, continuous improvement, especially when it comes to student safety, is always at the forefront. So I want to commit that is something that we will engage our community or different stakeholders, parents, district officials, city, and perhaps even students to a certain degree, student leadership, to continuously make adjustments because our kids deserve it.
Before you sit down, if I could.
Yeah.
Sounds like you had something else to say as well, but there is nothing more valuable than our own children.
Absolutely.
And as you heard this evening, when you send your most precious children to school in Pleasanton, at your school and other schools, and you're afraid they're going to come home hurt or something like what happened in the video, they want to hear that you have no tolerance for that. And I guess if you don't mind saying that, or if you believe it, I would appreciate hearing it, because we want a partnership with you and the school district. But we can't be in every kindergarten class and every 7th grade class. So we really do need to partner and make sure that every student feels safe.
Yeah,
Can you help?
I have no tolerance for violence in schools, and that deserves a response, both disciplinary and any other way that we can do that, because we're more than just an educational, in terms of academics, institution. We have to teach how to be people and how to be better people. That is absolutely true, and at the forefront of the work that we have done and continue to do. PMS has a lot of great things that come out of it, but I am hearing, and please don't take that as a not acknowledging or not hearing the areas we need to improve. Continuous improvement is very important.
In safety. Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Did you have a comment, Vice Mayor?
I did, actually. Thank you. And I appreciate you coming down to hear the community. I want to highlight a comment made, which are smart, actionable, measurable steps to go forward, because I've lived here all my life as well. And I think I realize we're at a public comment period, so it's not appropriate to do it now. So a takeaway from myself, and I know Mr. Gannon's in the back, we're going to have a city school liaison in April. That's when I'll see the school district again personally, because I'm not on the liaison. So I would really hope by then we have identified statistically, measurably, how we're going to get a path forward. If an SRO has to be dedicated to the school itself, I hope the school district will evaluate that so that we can hear what the school district needs to achieve true solutions, in my personal opinion. And I think, as you've heard from the mayor and others here. So thank you.
Thank you for that.
Appreciate you coming down this evening. Mhm. Okay, do we have anybody from home?
There are no speakers on Zoom.
Okay, seeing no other speakers in the room and nobody at home, I'm going to close the public hearing. Thank you so much for coming this evening. Feel free to stay for the rest of our meeting, but if you need to exit, then please do so quietly. Thank you. All right, we're ready to shift gears to talk about Lions Wayside Delucci Park. And that is, if you're following at home, agenda item 14. Good evening.
You can introduce? All right. So are we ready, Mayor?
You bet.
All right. So I'm going to turn it very quickly over to Director of Engineering, Steve Kirkpatrick, to introduce Matthew Gruber.
Madam Mayor, members of council, Matt Gruber and Rick Larson from MIG Consulting are going to do the most of this report. But while they're starting, I'll give you just a little brief. We were before you in April of 2022 with a revised conceptual plan to a master plan that was actually adopted in 2014. I think that, and it was significantly different because that 2014 master plan was not permittable by the resource agencies. We couldn't underground Cottinger Creek. I think you were generally in support of the conceptual plan, but you did recognize how different it was. And you directed that we go back out to the community and have public outreach events and seek public input. I don't want to steal Matt's thunder, but I'm trying to give him as much time as he can.
Queuing up our PowerPoint presentation here. Okay. There is right here. There. And in walks their IT manager.
Okay, got it. So, you ready?
Finally.
Without further ado, our landscape architect, Matt Gruber.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and council members.
Actually, right. Zoom.
I'm just guessing staff needs a little how-to on this. So.
We practiced beforehand too, before the meeting started.
It's always just a little different.
So if I could just take the moment, our goal of this presentation tonight is to, we've been working on this master plan this project's been around a long time, and the master plan's been going since 2014. Our goal is really to present to you what the community thinks about this revised plan. And if you support it, then we will update the master plan. And then from that point, we will start to prepare cost estimates for the project that then can be used when we go into CIP budgeting process if this project gets prioritized.
Okay. So thank you for bearing with me. Mayor and council members, a lot of this report is going to look pretty familiar to you, about half of it, because I'm going to go through the background of the report. And I'm going to start off by talking about this 2014 master plan and take you to what we're proposing to do for the next steps. There we go. Okay, so tonight we're looking for a recommendation from you, which our Director of Engineering talked about. We'll be talking about the project background. We'll go over the updated concept plan for 2022. And then we're going to go through the public outreach and the next steps. And with me tonight, I have Richard Larson, who's our consultant. So once I get through this slide, it's going to go over to him. But as our director said, we're looking for you to revisit the Lions Wayside and DeLucchi Parks conceptual plan that you saw on the screen from 2014. Review the survey results and community input received as part of the public outreach efforts, which you directed us to do at our last meeting in April 2022, and provide direction to staff to update the master plan based on the concept plan. And so now I'm going to hand it over to Richard Larson.
Thanks very much, Matt, and thanks so much for allowing us to be here to talk with you. Madam Mayor and members of the council, thank you for this opportunity. I think a reasonable person could ask, how did we get here to this point? It started, you could say, in 1993. It was proposed that in Pleasanton, the area's regional trail would be located in the transportation corridor. That year, I was fortunate enough to join Dolores Bengtson and Mike Fulford, and we walked through what was then Wayside Park and DeLucchi Park and the corridor and through the downtown. And together we saw a number of possibilities. But related to these parks, it would be a good idea to join the two parks together and treat them as one. Also, Old Firehouse Number 1 was a resource, and you have seen what good use that building has come to. And a regional trail certainly made sense. So a task force was formed representing various city groups from throughout the community. It was authorized by the council, and after site walks and meetings and many public hearings and reviews and comments, the master plan for the downtown parks and trails system was approved. That was back in 2002. Slide 5, yeah. The downtown parks and trails system master plan did include a preliminary design for Lions Wayside and DeLuca Parks, but a more specific design was the next appropriate step. And again, public hearings, public input led us to what you see here, the current master plan preceding the one we're going to bring to you tonight. And this one is dated 2014, was completed then. Importantly, the design included the really crucial element of placing the creek into an underground culvert within Lions Wayside Park. And this became the master plan approved by the city council. However, when the city began just the first steps of starting the process, slide 6, of gaining the environmental permitting, it quickly became apparent that the regulatory agencies would not allow placing Cottinger Creek underground into an underground culvert. We may think of this stretch as a dry ditch, which of course it is most of the year. And it's been known as the drainage swale or the ditch or the creek. It actually is an ephemeral creek and classified as a waters of the U.S. under the jurisdiction of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and the other agencies. Crucially, including the State Regional Water Quality Control Board. All these agencies had many reasons to not only daylight the creek, that's their goal, but also to increase the creek-like character of this waterway. So you might say we all went back to the drawing board, and at MIG, I and my colleagues began the process of working with the city to revise this 2014 design with the idea of treating the ephemeral waterway as a feature, as a resource in the two parks. And just before the outset of the COVID epidemic, the Parks and Rec Commission recommended the design that you see here on the screen, alternate B, as a guide for the master plan design for these two parks. Slide 7, yep. This slide illustrates the major changes between the 2014 master plan and the 2022 conceptual plan that we are bringing to you this evening for your consideration. In summary, not only do we wish for the creek to meet the requirements of the agencies, but we're also trying to meet the major goals of the 2014 master plan. And also we are meeting the changes in the site that have taken place since the time the 2014 plan was developed, including removal of the eucalyptus tree, additional land at the very north end of the park. Slide 8. In December of 2021, we had a meeting which was an important milestone in the master plan process. Members of the city staff and of our consultant team met with the representatives of the Army Corps of Engineers, the Fish and Wildlife Agency, state, and the Regional Water Quality Control Board to review the new project goals and the new preliminary design. And we were met with a very favorable reception. Essentially, we were given the go-ahead for this approach. This was not something we knew was going to happen. It was something we hoped would happen and has been very important for the progress of this project. Slide 9, yep, right there. After a process of reviews and comments from the regulatory agencies, city staff, Parks and Rec Commission, and City Council, the 2022 version of the conceptual plan is as shown here. We've brought onto the project design team a highly respected firm, Balance Hydrologics, that specializes in stream morphology, hydrology, and they have a lot of experience working closely with the regulatory agencies, and they'll continue to be an important part of the design team. And they have had a lot to say about how the creek is shaped in plan view and what elements will make it more natural. And it's our job to incorporate that creek into the park, and our goal to make it as natural and as pretty as possible. We will return to the conceptual plan and its features and elements, but just a word about what we're looking at in general. We're looking at a new design of the creek. We're looking at maximizing the audience area for the bandstand and orientation of the bandstand that favors the audience, and as much open areas for picnicking and frisbee, et cetera, as we are able, and lots of shade trees, and we're paying attention to the issues of parking. There's lots to talk about with the specifics. If you wish to get into them. I'm here and Matt is here and Steve Kirkpatrick is here to discuss all that. But in a nutshell, that's sort of the process that got us to this point. And I will hand off the microphone to Matt, and he can describe the input and comments to date from the commissions, the council, and the public.
All right, thank you very much, Richard. As Richard said, you directed us, and I said you directed us back in April to go out and obtain community input. The Parks and Rec Commission also gave us some direction. When we presented to both the City Council and the Parks and Recreation Commission, we received unanimous support for the 2022 design. There was a recommendation by the Parks and Rec Commission to include a safety component for the pedestrian crossing at Neal Street. And the Parks and Rec Commission back when we presented to them in 2022 preferred the option B that you saw earlier in this presentation. Although when we presented to the City Council, you preferred the bandstand location as shown in this concept plan that you have in front of you. The public outreach that we conducted last year included 2 public outreach events, 1 dedicated public outreach meeting and a community survey. The public outreach events, we heard from a lot of people, about 100 people total at the 2 events. Most people liked the design. Most people wanted to retain or add trees for shade. People said add more parking for both bikes and cars, maximize the lawn area. A lot of stuff that was consistent with the direction that we received when we were going through the 2014 master plan process. In addition to the public outreach events, like I said, we posted a survey. And this was a survey that was just meant to get input and wasn't necessarily meant to be statistically significant. And we were just trying to understand what people really liked about the park. So we asked a number of questions, including what are your favorite things about Lions Wayside and DeLucchi Park? And as you could see, concert in the park and trees are the top 2 things that people like. And we asked how do people's families use the park? And it was, eating ice cream was the #1 response. So obviously Meadowlark Dairy plays an important role in the use of the park. And once again, concert in the park. And then we asked what are the most important amenities? And once again, we kind of heard trees as the #1 amenity. And then we asked, hey, what is the preferred bandstand location? Because Parks and Rec Commission had 1 recommendation while the City Council had another recommendation. And the majority of the people that we surveyed felt that the bandstand location shown in the 2022 conceptual plan was a good location. So then as far as the parking lot, because we did purchase that extra property to the north of Lions Wayside Park, we asked what is the preferred use of the parking lot? And the majority of people said provide a balance between parking and recreation in that property. And then we definitely wanted to hear from people on things that we maybe didn't think of in the questionnaire. And so we asked what was missing from the park design, and the top 2 responses we heard were a children's play area. That was something we heard throughout the design process and the outreach events that we attended, and then add a restroom. And additionally, people said, hey, please add more picnic tables and benches, which we do plan to add. And then understanding some of the challenges the city is facing with spending our money wisely and putting it, prioritizing the projects that the community really want. We ask people, what is the preferred phasing of the project? If we need to break it up into phases, should we start with Lions Wayside Park or DeLucchi Park? And the majority of people said Lions Wayside Park. And finally, we asked, where do you live and how old you are? And almost all the people that took the survey lived actually in Pleasanton, and a lot of them lived within walking distance of the park. So that was great because we did have almost 500 responses. And the majority of the people were over 56 years and definitely over 41 years old. So after we did all the public outreach events, we reported into BPTC and provided the community feedback to them and got their input. And they were supportive of the design. And for obvious reasons, the BPTC, the Bike Pedestrian Trails Committee, said put some focus on pedestrians, trails, and bikes. So that's what we heard from them. And they were definitely supportive of having a balance for the new property between recreation and parking. When we presented to the Parks and Recreation Commission back in September, they were also supportive of the design. They wanted to include plenty of trees, and what they said kind of reflected a lot of what we heard from the public. But they also reiterated that half of them liked option B bandstand location, and the other half actually thought that the bandstand location proposed in the 2022 conceptual plan was the preferred location. One of the commissioners actually recommended that we talk to the downtown businesses to see what seemed to make the most sense to them. So finally here, I want to talk about next steps a bit. We want to update the master plan based on the input we received tonight, and then we're looking to adopt the updated master plan. And as we said in our agenda report, and as Director Kirkpatrick mentioned, we are looking to prioritize this project and the funding for this project during the regular CIP process that we're going to be going through upcoming here in the next couple months. And with that, I'll open up to comments and questions.
Okay, all right. Council, do we have any questions of staff? Yeah, Councilmember Testa.
Helpful. We didn't get any cost estimates with the staff report. I know we did get something very rough in an email. Thank you for that. So, but I remember when we had the discussion last time, we did actually have some cost estimates, and I think it's important for the conversation. Can you share what we know?
Yes, definitely. So initially, when we were looking at this project in 2014, I think we set aside something like $4 million, $4.5 million for the project. We spent a lot of that money trying to get the project approved through the agencies. And now we are here, 8 years later in 2022. And although we didn't have any specific cost estimates in that first 2014 master plan, we felt that the $4 million was sufficient to cover it. And we're in a similar situation now where we've kind of figured we're looking at a $12 to $14 million cost for the 2022 concept plan, but we really won't know what those numbers are until we adopt this plan, we get through the work plan process, and we assign real values to the construction of this concept.
Okay. So 12 to 14 million conservatively, I think that would be with the plan that moves the redirects the creek, right? Yeah.
Yes.
And most of the cost is in the actual redirecting the creek, I would guess.
I don't know if I would go as far as to say most of the cost in there. It is a significant cost. If you think about in relation to square footage at Burnell Community Park, for example, and the improvements that are there in the center, and how we had actually created a creek there. So I would say that probably relocating the creek is probably somewhere, and it's hard to be held to, but 40% is what that is probably, and it depends on mitigation that we may have to do in addition to that. One thing I wanted to say though, we did budgeted $4.5 million. $2 million of that was actually expended to buy the properties where you see the additional parking. So it's not been spent on getting through this process. There's still approximately 1.95 million after that 2 million expense of the original 4.5.
Okay, thank you. So In the staff report, there was option A, option B, option C. Two of the options did not move the creek. The one that we're talking about is the one that does move the creek. Is that right?
Are you talking about the option B that the Parks and Recreation Commission preferred?
Well, I'm design alternatives on page 4 of 9. Excuse me.
2018 alternatives.
All the options moved to the creek.
Yeah, I think, generally, when we put together this meandering, when we were working to come up with a plan that was permittable by the regional agencies, we also were working to accomplish the goals of the master plan, which was a more open park area, a better place for concert in the park, more people could fit. And so with that concept came, well, the eucalyptus tree is gone and that additional area is available. So if we meander the creek, then we can accomplish those goals that you see by the Firehouse Art Center. There were other options, and frankly, probably less expensive options, although we haven't done all those cost estimates either, that leaves the creek in its current location, but they won't accomplish the goals. We tried bridging over the creek through this process. We tried covering parts of the creek in this process. We were told, we were sort of put through the ringer without being told no by the resource agencies until finally, I think in 2019, it finally got to a point where they said no. And we said, well, that's good. At least we know where we stand now, rather than coming back with something else and something else. So the meandering that you see right now, it is the option that we presented in April and seemed to be the most popular in April of 2022. And really what we have done now is to test that, because we haven't really shown the public that at that point in time. And that's what we've come back with, those results tonight.
Okay.
So-
That's all I have for now.
Also,
I'm sorry.
Councilmember Testa, I would just add that if we're touching the creek, it means we really need to touch it. So even if we don't need to shift the creek very much and we're keeping it in relatively the same location, we still would be required by the regulatory agencies to lay back the slopes and address some of the things they want to see with the creek restoration.
I'm sorry, Matt, I'm having a hard time hearing you. You're
Yeah,
a
can
little
you
bit.
put your microphone there? You go.
Yeah.
I just said that if we touch the creek, we would need to really impact the creek. It wouldn't just be leaving the creek in the same location. It would be laying back the slopes and achieving the slopes that the rest of the regulatory agencies are looking for, and the restoration that they're looking for with the creek restoration.
Okay, so since I did hear that, just that I understood that correctly, even if we don't move the location of the creek, you're saying it's going to need significant intervention.
If we are working within the agency's jurisdiction, then we will need to meet their requirements, which would require significant changes.
I see. Okay, thank you. I'm good. Thanks.
Okay. All right. Yes, Councilmember Nybert.
Thank you, Mayor Brown. To continue on in the vein of the regulatory agencies, having worked for a company that dealt with regulatory agencies myself, I know how complicated it can be to get approvals. The fact that there were 4 different times that you've gone to them seeking approvals doesn't surprise me. I know that they can be firm in what they want. And it sounds like they've given us those kinds of statements now. How much can we rely on their designation so far? I know there's no guarantee, but they have stated that they would be favorable to what we are now proposing, correct?
That's correct. We've gone through a very thorough process of trying to achieve what was laid out in the 2014 master plan, and we've kind of stepped back in increments to try and achieve what the community directed us to do while achieving what the agencies directed us to do. And I think finally now we are at the point where the agencies are on board with a design that we have, as much as we are going to be able to get them on board before we move forward and present the construction drawings to them.
Okay, and that's all 3 agencies that were mentioned?
That is correct.
Okay. Then in regard to safety, a number of commenters and also myself, and while reading through the staff report, had questions about safety. And I know these considerations have been looked at. First of all, with regard to the creek, children playing in the creek, I'm heartened to know that the creek with the proposed sloping is intended to be an actionable, an action-oriented part of the park. And then also First Street with the potential kids going into First Street. Can you tell me how these have been thought of, if not addressed?
Yeah, definitely. One of the things that I like about the 2022 design is that the creek serves as a buffer, and it moves the open space, the grass area where the majority of the families and the kids gather for all the events, to the other side, the opposite side of First Street of the creek. So that's going to put them in a much safer location, and the creek would serve to a certain extent as that buffer to prevent them from running out into First Street. But in addition to that, we do plan on having separation. There's going to be a big sidewalk next to First Street. There's going to be, parking for cars. So there's going to be multiple barriers, hopefully prevent kids from running out into First Street.
Thank you. And I know that this is a conceptual design, and there are lots more design details to come, and those kinds of considerations will be part of that. So I expect we'll have opportunity to comment on those kinds of details later on. And finally, you mentioned downtown businesses. Have we asked downtown businesses what they thought about the bandstand orientation?
We've talked to the PDA, and we've tried to involve them in the public outreach process. Some businesses have attended those events and talked about what they felt about the design. We can definitely explore further input from the businesses for the bandstand in particular. But as I understand, the majority of the businesses I've talked to like the location on the downtown side of the creek.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Brown, I have no further questions.
Okay. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, so real quick, the bandstand design itself, I know we're at conceptual, but was there conversation about that, or do you have a direction you would give for a final plan? Where are we at on that? I saw the initial sketch from the 2018, but.
Yeah, so we're looking to be consistent with the Firehouse Art Center in the design. We haven't got into detailed design of the bandstand.
Perfect.
What we're looking for is input on, kind of the general design, whether, we want an open back structure or a solid back to the bandstand, where the bandstand should be located. But the plan at this point in time is to come up with a design that complements the firehouse and is fitting for the park.
Okay.
And if I could just add to this, because I'm looking at the Director of Engineering, we've had a bunch of conversations. It's a little bit chicken or egg. We have a temporary bandstand option staff report lined up and ready to go, but we wanted to get feedback on the master plan, because if there's consensus on where we're going with the master plan, we may be able to avoid the term temporary and actually move forward with a bandstand concept. But if there's interest in having a bit of a holding pattern and something more temporary in the near term, because we know this is going to take some time, we wanted the benefit of this conversation in advance of the bandstand. So we do have a temporary bandstand recommendation that could become a permanent bandstand recommendation, depending on how tonight goes.
Lots of doors. Okay. And then the survey talked about the parking, and I see the design in the 22 plan where we're taking basically the acquired land that's close to the firehouse, and we've got it where we're accessing into the firehouse. Do you know where the feedback was saying directionally what to do? What they were trying to say? More parking? Did they want less park? I guess I'm just trying to understand the comment from the survey.
Yeah, the majority of the survey respondents wanted maybe a greater balance of that area. So maybe we would be looking into modifying that parking design slightly to accommodate potentially a children's play area in that vicinity of the park, which was another comment that we received. People wanted to see a play area that they could trust their kids are going to be safer in while they're in the park. So we'd be looking to incorporate that play element into the design and potentially shift around parking and a response to some of the Bike Pedestrian Trails Committee comments regarding the trail crossing and the number of drive aisles going to that parking lot from the existing parking lot for the Firehouse Art Center.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Vice Mayor. I'm so used to calling you that after all last year. Councilmember Arkin.
Get used to it. Okay, thank you. Yeah, some questions have already been asked, and in particular, Councilmember Nybert asked about talking to the businesses. Did we ever talk to the neighbors right there along First Street and get any of their input? Did we do any outreach to them?
Yeah, definitely. The dedicated public outreach meeting that we held targeted the specific neighbors. We sent notifications to all the neighbors within 1,000 square feet of or 1,000 feet of the park. And I could tell you for sure, we spoke with a number of the residents along First Street. One of those residents came to the Bike Pedestrian Trails Committee meeting, and probably a handful of them spoke to me at some of the events we held.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, and then about the creek, I just wanted to confirm, because I know there's a lot of pictures in here from other, drawing similarities. That would not look any different than it does to, I mean, would there be water in it versus it being kind of a dry creek now, or would it look like it does now or not?
It won't look like it does now, but it won't have water in it either. So the majority of the time, it's going to be a dry creek bed. So in that sense, it's going to look like the existing creek, but the existing creek is basically bare dirt slopes with some riprap and some rocks. And that's not going to be the case anymore. There will still be riprap and rocks, but the slope will be much more gentler, and there will be planting, restoration planting included. So it'll be like a feature of the park rather than a way for water to get through the park.
Okay, and as I understood with some other questions, there would be a buffer of trees next to it in order to provide some safety for kids playing, that sort of thing, between First Street and the creek, correct?
Yeah, so as you can see from the concept plan that's up on the screen right now, there is a buffer of parking stalls right along First Street, a wide sidewalk, and trees and planting all on the east side of the proposed creek location, in addition to the planting and some other vegetation that's going to be on the west side.
Okay, and we are sure that the regulatory agencies are okay with this design, with that creek being realigned. There's not, we're pretty confident they're okay with that and not any issues with that?
Yeah, this whole design is the result of the input that we received from them. And in that December meeting that we had back in 2021, they were very enthusiastic about the design. It's the most enthusiastic endorsement I've heard of the restoration project that I've worked on.
Okay, and Mr. Kirkpatrick mentioned 40% of the estimated cost is due to the creek alignment approximately. So that, if I calculated correctly, that's $5 to $6 million. But then you indicated, Mr. Gruber, that we would still have to do, if we touch the creek, even if we left it as is, there would be some work. Do we know what that delta is, or any estimation? 5 to 6 million, how much it would be to keep it as is, and any type of restoration or anything, what that would cost? I'm just trying to get it in my mind what the cost difference would be.
Yeah, it really depends on what the direction is that you provide to us. So if we stay out of the Army Corps and Regional Water Quality Control Board's jurisdiction, and we don't touch the top of the, anything below the top of the slope there, the reduction in cost would be very significant. But once we get into touching that, the cost will be very variable, whether it's going to be 40% or 20% or something to that extent. It really depends on what our direction is and how much of that creek we touch.
Okay, so we don't really have any estimate on if we left it where it was and did some design leaving it where it was, what it would cost us?
No.
No, okay.
Can I say,
Okay.
Matt?
Yeah, definitely.
Matt, can I say
Sure,
something
go
on that as well? Yeah, excuse me, but I wanted to say that it's not clear if we were to leave the creek where it is now in its current state. It's not clear that the agencies would be in favor of that because of what we're talking about with the rest of the park. The ground slopes to the creek, grading and renovation of the park might trigger the kind of rehabilitation and renovation of the creek that we see here. We've not asked the agencies directly if we just leave this alone and plant more trees or try to keep the park improvements to a minimum, but also replace the bandstand, which is now located essentially in the creek from the agency standpoint. It's not clear that they would approve that approach. And if we left the creek where it is, but tried to meet the agency's goals, there are a number of things that prevent what Matt called laying back of the slopes to make the steep slopes that exist now in the creek more shallow. There's a high pressure gas line and a fiber optic line that run immediately adjacent to the existing creek location. And we wouldn't be able to do that kind of laying back of the slope there. So it becomes a new can of worms to unpack with the agencies if the direction was to leave the creek as it is and try to do minimal improvements to the park around it.
And I would add to that, thank you, Richard. I would add to that if there's, any reason that we provide to the agencies for them to prevent us from leaving the creek as is, that they're probably going to take those opportunities. So it will definitely be a challenge with the regulatory agencies if we try and leave the creek in its existing location.
Okay, thank you for that. And, with the exception of any tree that you find out becomes diseased or anything like that, this would be preserving the trees that are existing there or that exist there now or not?
Yeah, so because the relocation of the creek is going to require a very significant amount of grading throughout the park, wherever we're impacting trees due to that grading, we're going to have to remove those trees. But wherever we can limit or minimize or prevent those impacts to the existing trees, we're going to do that. So we're going to save as many trees as we possibly can while also achieving the design goals of this concept plan if the council directs us to move forward with this plan.
Okay, I know that was important to a lot of people. With next steps, would there be more public outreach and what would that look like if we did move forward with this?
It depends on the direction that you provide to us tonight. If we are directed to move forward with the update to the master plan, we could do that. And then we could, move forward with the next phase of the project, which is a more detailed concept plan, potentially with a more detailed cost estimate. And if the council directs us to move forward with more public outreach, that's definitely something we would do.
Okay, so there's still opportunity to value engineer it and get the cost down possibly. I mean, this is kind of a starting point, right? There could still be modifications to what is presented and proposed here tonight.
Yes.
Yes, the answer simply is yes, but our next step would be to try to nail down this cost estimate to a better level of confidence than we have right now. If this project then competes well with other council priorities and it becomes funded, or when it becomes funded, then there'll be opportunities during the design of this project for public outreach, presenting the design, talking about the design, and tweaking the design, as you will, as we go through the design process. we're really not at that point right now. We're at the point where we really need that direction to update the master plan, get those cost estimates before you for consideration with in overall budgeting.
Okay, great. Thank you. I think that's it for questions, Mayor Brown.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Gruber, do you have a map of the current? Do you have a top view of what's there now?
I don't think I have it in this presentation, unfortunately.
They're all changes. And when we look at the most important thing residents voted on was trees. Where those trees are, it's just helpful.
Yeah, I have some photos that show a lot of the trees, but unfortunately I didn't include the existing aerial in my presentation.
These trees that I'm looking at look like right next to the creek. So, okay, let me go with my questions then. I just want to clarify, 2 million we had for 3.9, I guess, because we spent 2 million on the parking lot approximately, and we have 1.9 million left. So we have 1.9 million to work with that's dedicated to this project, whatever we end up doing with it. So we're not without funds.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Concerts are free in the park, right?
Yes.
I mean, we're not making any money if we spend 10 million. I'm just trying to put this all together, if that's correct. Okay. If their project it does move forward, there's construction time. Does that mean that this area, this Delucci?
Depends. It depends on who you ask.
That's what I thought. Thank you. Apparently, if I ask the vice mayor, he has one answer and others have a different one, but it would be under construction most likely for an entire summer. So concerts could not take place. Is that right? Fair?
That's definitely fair.
Yep. So we're out a year, maybe even more. Okay. Where no, you really can't use the park because it's going to be separated off with fencing. And
that's correct.
You can't use it for concerts and you can't do it for picnics. Okay. Just to be fair. Okay. All right. Then I'm going to just challenge you. I assume you've been there for evenings. Kids love that creek, right? They love that ditch or ephemeral creek. When people say their favorite thing is the trees, it looked like the second two things was the bandstand and concerts in the park. Those almost could be combined, would you say? Which makes that the number one most popular thing. Because that's 2 and 3.
That's true.
Okay. If as is now, I heard sorry. So I'm sorry, Richard, you've been working on this for 20 years. You've been working with Dolores Bankston. That was a long, long time ago. She's been retired.
40 years, but who's counting? Yeah.
And we're not done yet. So
I'm sorry, 30. Yeah, go ahead.
30. Okay. But at this point, I heard that the slope drains the water in the park during heavy rains, let's say, to the creek. So that actually the slope is good right now, right? Unless we change it. It works.
The drainage works in the park, yes.
Unless we change it, right? Because you were saying that
hopefully it'll still work once we change it.
That's the hope.
Right? It depends on what you change. Okay. All right. Sometimes when we're doing environmental impact reports, we have a no change and then we have changes. This option, it seems like the no change or very little change is not A, B, or C. It's not any of my 3 choices. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Last question, ice house. We talked a little bit about that ice house. It was in the staff report. If it's decided to make that area something developed, maybe a bunch of picnic tables or something like that, the ice house could be removed because the city owns that parcel, right? Is that right?
The city does own the parcel.
And what about the license or use of the ice house? Can we stop that right now?
So I did a little bit checking into that, and I think it was in the 1980s that the Southern Pacific Transportation Company went into an agreement with Glacier Ice to lease that property. And I don't know what the exact terms of the transfer of the property were when we bought it from Southern Pacific, or what the terms are when the Meadowlark Dairy took over the ice house from Glacier. But per the terms of that original agreement, any party could cease the agreement within a certain, like, I think it was a 30-day period.
Okay, so that's easy to provide somebody 30 days. It's pretty easy to give more bike parking too. But it could be a part of the solution too. Some of these plans were the fill in the creek option. So that area isolated really isn't too much unless the creek is realigned, then it becomes available. Okay. All right. Do you expect, if there's a concert playing and it's blasting towards things, downtown restaurants and wine bars and so forth, that they would have a pretty loud music going towards their businesses, whether it's ice cream and wine bars and whatever?
Richard, do you want to respond to that?
Yeah, I think it's a really good question. And the specific answer is we don't know yet. But the existing bandstand has no back and no front from a sonic distribution standpoint. So the sound is just distributed everywhere. One of the purposes of a bandstand is to focus the sound a little bit, depending on what kind of design we end up with. But I think that what we're looking at in the current design is sinking the bandstand a little bit below the grade of the street, and utilizing the natural drainage of the site, such that also the audience is looking away from the sun instead of into it when they look at the bandstand. So I think that might have a little bit of a sound mitigating effect. Also, the Firehouse Arts Center is certain to block the sound just as a building. And some of the businesses on Railroad Avenue will do that as well. I think it's likely that if the sound is as loud as most concerts are now, it'll be the same or perhaps less is my guess, even if it's aiming towards downtown because of the Firehouse Arts Center and the sinking of the bandstand a little. But I'm speculating, so.
Because the map I'm looking at, I see right where the words Railroad Avenue are, there are businesses there, and there is no mitigation or blocking from Firehouse. And
correct, but there is no mitigation right now for those businesses either. The sound would be the same, I think, because
except for
the
the speakers are
bandstand is.
towards First Street now. I mean,
Oh, I see what you're saying. Right.
All right. My last question, either one of you, cost to pave the parking lot. We haven't talked about that. If we're talking about creek realignment, we're talking about new bandstands and trails and so forth. What about paving the parking lot? Is that in your budget?
All part of it.
It's all in that 10 to 14 million. Okay. Okay, good. Just want to know. Okay, that's all I've got. Thank you. I'm going to open the public hearing. I don't have anyone in the room that would like to speak on this item. If you're at home as part of our hybrid meeting and you'd like to speak on this item, would you please raise your virtual hand and the city clerk will call on you.
There are no speakers for this item.
Okay, I guess they didn't get the message. This is kind of exciting. I'm surprised. Okay, I'll close the public hearing, bring it back to the council. Anybody like to start? Okay, all right, Councilmember Nybert.
Thank you, Mayor Brown. I'm in favor of moving forward with the master plan update using the 2022 conceptual plan, moving forward with the design process, including getting a cost estimate. I know that likely there will be opportunities to apply for grants in the future when it does become funded, if it becomes funded. By no means, those are by no means guaranteed, but there are those opportunities. I know funds are currently allocated, as was mentioned, for next steps. And this project has been a major part of the city's planning for, as we heard, decades now. And currently has a favorable regulatory response from the agencies that will be issuing permits. And undoubtedly, the construction process will be phased over a number of years, as was also mentioned. I think that with significant public support that's been demonstrated in favor of the current approach with the bandstand and the location as shown in the conceptual plan, that augurs well for our approval of the plan.
Okay. Anyone else?
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation and all the work on this. I do like the design. Well, I like a lot of aspects of the design, so I think moving forward with it and getting the cost estimates and doing all that, I think I'd be in agreement with. I do have some concerns though, and what I would like to see is possibly some additional options. I don't know if there's anything else, any other option. Maybe you've already thought it with the creek. As Mayor Brown said, you know, that didn't come up as a priority on any of the survey results, at least not that I could see. It seemed like more the trees and the bandstand were the big priority. And I just know from a children's safety standpoint, and I'm concerned with the creek. I think especially realigning it where it's at. Not only yes, it is close to First Street. Even if we do a buffer with trees, I know how kids are. They're going to still, they're still close to a very busy street. And then since concerts in the park or any events where parents would be at something like that, sitting in that grass area, if you had your kids in that creek, they're kind of far from you. So hard to supervise. I think, I don't know. I'm a parent that I've never been a fan of the creek with my kids because I think they get hurt in it, they get dirty in it, and I can't supervise them closely in it if I'm sitting any distance from them. So I don't know if there's another way to make the creek less of an attractive nuisance for the kids and either put more, if we did have to align it there, put more plantings in it, create some sort of botanical type of, I don't know. I don't know what all the options are. And I know we got to get all the approval from the agencies, which isn't an easy feat either. So I would like to see some more work done on that. But moving forward with it, I think, more public outreach, I think would be good too, but seeing more options. Pedestrian safety, I think, is important too, especially with the bike trail that connecting to the corridor. I think a lot of the safety issues are concerning to me, and I just want to make sure we're being sensitive to that. But overall, I think it is a little concerning the amount of money the funding that we will need for this, but I think it would be a really great amenity to our downtown, and it is heavily used by our community. So I think I would agree about moving forward and coming up with some more options, value engineering it, all of that. So,
okay, thank you.
Well,
Councilmember Tester.
I'm gonna kind of go somewhere different, and I'm gonna offer a substitute motion because I don't think that it is a project that justifies the cost. I think that I would like to keep the creek as it is. And by the way, I'm a big fan of the creek. My kids loved it. That was a big attraction. And I never felt that it wasn't safe, and no one ever got hurt and we did an awful lot of concerts in the park, but there was never water in it. And it was just a wonderful, connecting with nature. And but I would move to not go ahead with this. I think a lot of time and money has already been spent on it. Clearly, we need a replacement grandstand. I would like to see it a really nice grandstand. And I'd rather not do a temporary. I'd rather just really do a lovely pavilion kind of grandstand that possibly has access from different directions and to include the park on the other side of the creek. But I don't see our community here asking us to do this. And I think 12 to 14 million is maybe what it would cost today, but I think it would certainly be more by the time we get going on it. And I just love the park. I think it's great. I think we could make some improvements, a lovely grandstand. And I just don't think that this is what our residents are asking as a top priority. So, and my motion would be that we not move forward with the master plan, that we look at what improvements are necessary to make the park better, but without significant expense. Go ahead with a really nice grandstand and not a temporary, because I don't want to spend money on a temporary. But I do think that we could maybe look at whether that is the exact location that it should be in, or maybe the grandstand. I remember seeing last time we had this discussion, there were some plans where it showed the park remaining as it is, but just moving the grandstand to different parts of the park. And I would have liked to have had that opportunity to consider that, but I don't want it to take a long time to get that grandstand in place. I think we need to get it done. So that would be my substitute motion.
We're looking for feedback tonight, so there's no motion. I take it. Is that acceptable? All right, so we might end up with two options to come back then.
I think staff is looking for a motion to approve the plan. I don't think there was a formal motion on the table, so I think Council Member Testa's the first motion that I've heard.
So
I think there was a motion made.
I didn't phrase it in terms of a motion, so.
Oh, okay.
Attorney
All right.
Slygren is right.
Okay, great.
Okay, provide
I'd be
direction.
happy to, though.
Provide direction to me is different than provide a motion. So, okay,
I think the motion is to approve the plan. Is that?
it's not the motion. Okay, did you make that motion?
I did not say it was a motion.
Okay,
But-
so we
so
have
if we
the
now have a
first
motion on the-
motion. We have a
Okay.
first motion. We don't have a second yet. I'll make a second on that motion. Vice Mayor, do you have feedback for us?
Yeah, well. So I won't be able to support the motion to not do anything. I think the community has seen the park evolve as we've tried to cover the ditch. And I'll say that because I voted twice as a Park and Rec Commissioner to cover the ditch in my tenure back then. So I think it's one where the community said they wanted a bandstand, in my opinion, with a grand lawn area. So I continue to appreciate the 22 design, the trees and shade. I completely agree with, but I think that when people say that, they mean larger, mature trees, not saplings, which we've learned in the heyday, we plant 5 or 10 gallons, so they'll take and we wait, right? The bandstand orientation under the 22 plan, pointing away from First Street and towards the downtown, I still like that. I think it's a very attractive design, pointing up, taking the natural topography of the site. And the reason I say that is because I attended, along with a lot of my fellow council members, the Livermore Pleasanton Fire Department badge pinning at Las Positas College. And they have an amphitheater that we have it at. And I think it's actually the mayor that said it would be nice if we had an amphitheater or something like that in our community, right? And so I look at this, and that's where I was asking about the bandstand design itself, where it could be programmed for events that are outside of just concerts in the park or something like that. If we kind of broadened our view, what if we had the Livermore Pleasanton Fire Department badge pinning at our Lions Wayside Delucci Park? So I think where staff's going, where the feedback's going from our Park and Rec department and our surveys, I think it's right on track. And as a compromise, we have to compromise on a lot of different parts of it, but I think the work and direction staff's going, as well as what the Park and Rec have said, is good. And the bike ped with the parking and the bike areas. Yeah, so I think it's going to bring vitality to the downtown, and I think it will continue to provide that if we make it a grand meeting place. So I'm not going to be able to support the motion on the floor on the table. I'm hoping we'll go with maybe I guess I'll move a substitute motion to approve the conceptual design from 22.
We should just see if we have a second to the.
I did make a
Oh, you
second
make
to the
second, okay.
motion, so we could continue.
Great.
Thank you.
I'd like to second the substitute motion.
All right. Well, I'm surprised by this. Quite honestly, we have a perfectly natural park that water flows to a creek, and there are plenty of pictures of ducks in that creek. So I'm surprised we're talking about a dry creek, because I too on my phone have water flowing in the creek, and we get emails from residents who send us pictures of riparian ducks and other animals in this creek. It is nature's park, and it's beautiful. And that's one of the reasons it's been enjoyed by so many during concerts in the park, ice cream sundaes, and picnics downtown. We have an historic downtown, and I think we need a historic gazebo, not a sunken down, and certainly not an amphitheater in this location, in my opinion. An amphitheater would be lovely, but not there. We have the ability to make that as a complement to our historic downtown. And the Firehouse Arts Center is a brick building with glass and colored glass, as beautiful as it is, as it surrounds next to the Harrington Art Gallery. It's pretty hard to match that. We're not going to build a brick amphitheater and with large wooden doors like we have on the Firehouse Arts Center, or a large colorful glass banner. So we have something beautiful. We have a lot of Parks and Rec items on our agenda. We have cricket, we have skate park, we have the Century House completion, which hasn't even started yet. We do not have a completion of the Burnell Stanford Park, and we haven't even talked about Staples Ranch. So where are you getting 10 to $14 million? I'm just asking the question. If we put this on hold, and sorry, Richard, you're going to be long retired and living in Florida before this ever comes, if ever, to a council in Pleasanton, I believe. So if we have 1.9 million, we can spend it putting in a nice gazebo. We can have concerts in the park next year. We can have water that flows into a natural creek, and we can move on and do some of these other much more elaborate projects instead of saving for the next 20 years to get $14 million, which will cost $20 million by then.
Please.
So I'd really like to reconsider and go back to what is pristine and beautiful in that park. The trees are already mature, and the realignment, one of the reasons I wanted the before and after is because I think you're going to be removing trees to realign. We had the eucalyptus that came down that was rotting, and we had another tree that was fallen right next to the creek. But as shown in your photo, Mr. Gruber, there is plenty of trees there right now, and they are not very mature, and they were planted by the city. So I don't understand what the enticement is. If one of the two of you can tell me, or three of you, I think this is nature's beautiful park. And quite honestly, we've tried really hard to make it a grand park and fill in the creek and do a land over it, which I supported, for 4.5 million, which we cannot do. And to me, Plan B is just nothing as nice as Plan A. So I would recommend leaving it alone. So I would love a discussion, because I just don't see, I'm surprised that we're so far apart.
Can I'm sorry.
I was just going to ask if I mean, great comments, and those are great points to consider, that, kind of doing a refresh update of the park with a gazebo, new bandstand, that sort of thing. Could staff come back with an option for that, with a cost estimate, as well as possibly some of the comments you heard here tonight on the existing plan before moving forward? Or do you need to know tonight to move forward or not? I mean, could we get those two, so we can kind of compare, because that might be helpful in the discussion with us.
The The request tonight is to basically move forward with bringing things to the point of a master plan, going from conceptual to a master plan to allow us to be able to give you the cost estimates. We could do that work, but I think what I've heard tonight is the regulatory agencies have seen this plan, and if we were to start to modify the existing park in any way that that does get into the creek or changes even drainage in the park, we may end up in a set of circumstances where the costs will go back up because we have to make those creek improvements. And so it's possible. There's no rush. Obviously, we're 30 years in. And so we can certainly spend more time to evaluating options, but it wouldn't necessarily be something that we would want to have dueling park plans for too long, because ultimately the permitting agencies are going to want to know what we're moving forward with. And I think it just gets more and more complicated to talk with them as we evaluate options. And I don't know if
Okay, so
our director of engineering or our landscape architect would like to add to that, because they're the ones who are going to work with the consultants.
Grading, if we just do parks and things, I mean, I guess I'm confused. Mr. Kirkpatrick, sorry, if I may jump in, I don't understand if we do something like Councilmember Testa mentioned is a gazebo and some trees, because people love trees, and maybe some picnic tables or the ice houses or something. We're not doing major grading. So why would we have to reawaken conversation if we just leave the creek as it is?
Yeah, and I'm going to jump in with you there. I don't understand the need for permits to not change it.
Unless we do some major grading.
Yeah, if so, the jurisdiction of the resource agencies is 10 foot back from the top of the bank. And obviously the bank is that's not an exact line along there, but it is about 10 feet back. The current bandstand where it's located right now, that concrete pad is into their jurisdiction. So that concrete pad would have to be removed, and we would likely need some type of permit correspondence, understanding with the Army Corps and with the resource agencies to make that happen. An example, the black oak tree that recently fell in the last storm. There's been discussion about that being old tree, not a healthy tree, better to remove that tree. We've been told that no, that is in our jurisdiction. That tree must stay, and that tree has stayed until it fell during that storm. Mm-hmm. I think what you're talking about, though, is the difference between this master plan of the park. We've been underway for a long time, and our thing tonight was to try to bring that to a conclusion, so we had some direction on how to proceed. The other alternative I think you're discussing is a renovation of the existing park with a new bandstand being located somewhere in it. Those are both competing. So if that's the direction, that's the direction, but those are competing with each other.
Okay, thank you. I just don't know where you're getting 10 to 14 million dollars. If anybody wants to tell me, I just don't see it.
Well, if I can just continue with my thought there, I think it might be helpful to put this, temporarily on hold, because I may still want to go with the master plan option, but I would like to see what it would look like with what Mayor Brown and Councilmember Testa mentioned, with kind of renovating the park, and what the cost estimate is. If there is anything we have to do to the existing creek, I mean, that cost could end up being $8 million. I don't know. It might not. I have no idea what this stuff costs, and until it's in front of us and we have some sort of estimate, I think maybe it would be good to get an estimate on what that would look like. And then decide. Like I said, I may still want to go with the master plan option. I don't know. But I think it might be helpful to have that. The one big concern I have with this plan, and it is that creek realignment, which I understand we need to do. But I think from a safety aspect with kids, I'm concerned about that. I don't know if I really am that thrilled about it or comfortable with it. So I'd be willing to say, put this on hold temporarily and come back with another option for us that takes into consideration what was just said before, with kind of renovating it, and then make a decision from there on which way we want to go. I think that might be a better plan.
If I may,
Yeah, please.
So my understanding from being on Park and Rec years ago was the entire intent of the Lions Wayside DeLucci conceptual plan was to tie the two parks together to provide a grand area for the bandstand and to not bifurcate up the park into smaller parks so that we could provide a grand lawn. And so maybe it's not an amphitheater by concrete, but the concept of a grand lawn, tying it together, because as we know, concerts in the park will spill into the DeLucci side because it's skinny and narrow and people are putting their people are putting their blankets down and it would fill up. So from my understanding of the history with it, the entire impetus was to kind of, look at connectivity so that we could shut down Neal Street when we had a larger event, provide a grander area for the public to gather. And my understanding is that the estimates are just that they actually need us to agree to the conceptual plan or a different one if we choose renovation, right? I'm not worried too much either way, but the concept of the money and if it becomes a CIP priority, that's a different conversation. That's for when we get to the budget conversation. The conversation today is, in my opinion, and I guess I'll just speak for myself, would our public appreciate a grand lawn conceptual design of Lions Wayside combining with DeLucci Park so that we achieve connectivity between the parks and possibly provide a grander area, right? Because bifurcating them has its challenges. So I don't know the cost of it. I don't know how we'll pay for it. I'd like to see that, but I think that the design and the work and the public input that we've received through the surveys and the years this has gone, I think lends it to say this conceptual plan is a winner. The ultimate creek design, as Councilmember Arkin mentions, I think either it's plannings or whatnot, but I think that doesn't change the general remaining conceptual plan. The creek realignment closer to First Street, to me, provides a way safer buffer than the current concrete and cars. It shifts the entire public to be near Railroad instead of near First Street. So I still like the substitute motion on the table. So thank you.
Well, we're still talking about it. So if I could just ask, since you just commented, and I promise you're next. While you were on Parks and Rec, I was on council and I supported this. I supported the idea of a grand lawn. However, as shown today, it's not an option. So going back in time, gosh, I sure wish I had a grand lawn. I wish we had the grand lawn with the blending of Firehouse Arts too, but it's just
I'm sorry, are we looking at the same plan? It's a grand lawn.
This original grand lawn, the original when you were Parks and Rec.
2022. Yeah, because there was
This is
originally
the burying of the creek.
Excuse me. Are you going to
No,
talk?
you jumped into mine. The grand lawn with the buried creek, I supported.
Covering the
And
ditch.
Covering the drainage ditch or the ephemeral creek. But that's just not an option anymore. I wish it was, and I wish it was 4.5 million and I'd be here supporting it, but it's not an option.
So when we looked at it in April of 2022, and we talked about bandstand location and the regulatory agency's adjustment saying that covering the ditch was not an option, the alignment of a meandering creek closer to First Street was what staff asked us, and we were supportive at that time, as I recall.
We were moderately supportive. We didn't get the 10 to $14 million bill either.
We don't have the 10 to $14
We
million,
have a pretty
Mayor.
good
They're
estimate.
trying to ask us to approve the plan so they can come up with the budget. Maybe they can value
I
engineer to
never was a
5.
fan of it. I'll just say,
Okay,
for the record,
but
I was
you
never
get
was a
to have
fan.
your vote to
Second,
say that.
Not only was I not a fan, but when we were looking for a couple $1 million for a skate park, it was the economy is going to start to fail and we better start stashing money. So I know we're not allocating funds here today. We do have 1.9 million to look at.
Could I ask you to clarify that comment, please?
We have 1.9 million in the CIP fund for this project that we could use for a renovation.
I
of the
apologize. I
park.
meant the skate park and the recession that you mentioned.
That was your comment when there were funding that was being discussed at the April 12th meeting. as we were looking to allocate funding that was left over from the midterm budget.
As I recall, that money for the skate park came out of the additional surplus in the prior year budget, Mayor.
That's what I'm
And
talking
so
about.
we had it where the council had to evaluate CIP priorities, whereas right now we're not evaluating CIP priorities. That would be done at our budget meeting, would it not?
This is a CIP project.
I'm sorry, prioritizing CIP would be
Do not
done.
talk louder or I will just ask you to stop.
I'm trying to
I'm
clarify.
really not deaf. I really am not deaf.
Sorry,
And I don't need you shouting. So I'm going to go on to Councilmember Nybert.
I apologize. I have a question. Are you not willing to let
I'm
me
not
ask?
willing to talk right now. I'm going to let Councilmember Nybert go.
I request a recess.
I'm sorry, you need a majority.
I make a motion that we have a recess.
Councilmember Nybert, would you like to go next?
Well, as I'm listening to the discussion, I'm thinking, what might be an intermediate ground or a common understanding that we could reach in order to provide direction to city staff. I understand that at this point, we are not approving any funding. Seems to me, as Councilmember Arkin said, that it would be beneficial to move forward to obtain a better cost estimate at a higher level of specificity than what we have now. I think going ahead with work that's necessary to reach that point, progress the design process far enough to reach that point where there could be feedback again to the council would be an advantageous way of going forward. Looking at the history, I do see that for decades, this has been part of the master plan process. It has evolved along with the various master plan updates to the park. And, I'm reluctant at this point to say no to going forward with the current plan, but, perhaps there's an intermediate, stopping point in the future, whether that's at the point of a proposed master plan update or sometime before that, perhaps that would be an option.
Can I make some follow-up comments?
Sure.
There is urgency. We have a bandstand that is embarrassing and dysfunctional, and I would like to see that better. This park, I think, has limitations. It just does. And the turning something wonderful into an amphitheater, I could see us spending that money instead at a different location and being able to accomplish that. I think this park, with its limitations, we should embrace it, to renovate it to the best we can in an expedient manner. We have spent decades, as Councilmember Nybert was just saying, on trying to do something, and already an awful lot of money in discussing this. If I had a magic wand and we had unlimited funds, I would say, okay, why not? Let's do it. But I don't see the value of the changes, and I think it's a lovely park. Our family has enjoyed it for decades. I love my kids getting in the creek and getting dirty. I have 3 sons. I love them getting dirty when they were young. And I think it's a lovely resource right now. And we can use the money that's currently available to do a nice bandstand, have it functional, hopefully in time for our new season, instead of talking about it for decades more. I don't see being able to justify the cost, and I just don't even think it's necessary, because I love the park. I love the creek. I just want a really nice bandstand.
Yeah, I just, if staff were to come back with some sort of estimate on a renovation, what time period do you think you could do that by? I mean, what are we looking at?
If the direction tonight is that the staff should proceed with a cost estimate for, let's say, this plan or for what we could do for 2 million or whatever the direction is, we would work with our consultant to get that contract in place, which we would still need to do. And then the cost estimate period would probably be a month or two.
Let me try to answer that in a little more general terms. Which was, we are actually working on a temporary or interim report to bring forward. And for this coming season, a bandstand located somewhere in the park, more grand like we're talking about, that is just not something that we can get accomplished for summer of this year. So that would be in the following year if things go well. It depends really on how much outreach we need to do as we change gears. And we were here in April of 2022. We showed this plan, which was the updated master plan. And then we have spent quite a lot of time advertising this plan to get feedback from it. And that's how we've arrived back here at your direction. If the direction becomes set the master plan aside and design a park renovation, we'll go through that normal process to design a park renovation where we'd have public outreach. We talk about different locations for the bandstand. We get community consensus. We present and ultimately obviously have the decision to make.
Okay.
We can do that with that $2 million number in mind, if that is the direction we've been given.
Okay, but when would we would have to go through it just to get a renovation estimate? We would need to go with a pretty lengthy process, it sounds like, and
Well,
it would.
we could give you a high level estimate like we are right now for the master plan. But in order to have real confidence that I can put it out to bid for that $2 million, it takes some time to put those plans together and know what we are going to build.
Okay, even regardless of the amount, whether it's 2 million or 4 million or whatever, for staff to come back with some estimate on an alternate plan of renovating. I mean, are you talking 6 months? Or are you 3 months, 9 months? I mean, would any sort of ballpark?
That is a challenging question, council member, because if the direction was to design a park renovation that costs $2 million, we estimate that's pretty clear direction, and we could do that. We could start work on that. If the direction is to design a park renovation that includes options and features and things that we still have to decide upon, that's more difficult to give you a cost estimate quickly. That's more of a square foot of park area. What do park renovations cost in the region? That type of calculation.
Okay, so even if the decision were to go for scrap the master plan and go forward with the renovation, it would still be a while before you could come back with something for us to doing the outreach and everything. It would still be a long process. Right? Is that a fair statement?
Months.
Yeah, it would take months. I mean,
Not years. But
if you look at the master plan that we're looking at right now, updating that master plan, doing the budgeting on that, if it was to get prioritized as a go forward with this master plan, go forward, if you prioritize, say it would cost 14 million, hypothetically, that's the number, go forward with it. By the time it is fully designed, biddable construction documents are put together, it's out, you've got your permits all in place. The resource agencies have agreed to, they like it. They haven't gotten an application for a set of plans yet. We're still talking about 2 to 3 years before we break ground with this project.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay,
And
thank you.
And I say that, that's from the word go. That's from you have budget authority, go.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask another question?
we have you for a limited time because I hear there's retirement in your future here.
Hired.
So question along the same lines, if we were to move forward with the update to the master plan and come up with a cost estimate that's at the next level of specificity, And I know American Society of Cost Engineers have their different criteria for levels, what types of cost estimates, but at the one that would be intended at the master plan update time, could that be done within the 1.9 million that's currently in the budget?
Oh, yes, for consult, yes, we won't spend much of that.
Okay, so sounds like a similar kind of effort, maybe more of an effort than coming up with an estimate for renovation, but kind of the same type of effort.
That's correct.
Okay.
But I think we have the features in the master plan as what we are estimating. If, as I said, if you're looking at a park renovation with the bandstand, we could come up with what can we accomplish for X $1 million, 2 million, or what is worth.
And at that point, city manager, presumably that would come back to the council. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. And I guess the only thing that I would add is consistent with our process for most things that involve public spaces or even projects that will be in our community. The level of expectation for community input is high. And so even with the $2 million kind of reverse engineering a project approach, there's still going to be, I would anticipate, public input on the recommended approach. We would socialize that with the neighborhood, with the appropriate committees and commissions, and then with the council. So when Director Kirkpatrick says months, just know that there's probably months of public input after the technical work is done.
I'm sorry, I have to keep it as it is. I don't understand extensive outreach. I understand to create something new and different, but to keep it basically as it is, I don't understand that.
And if that's the direction, then it's not a $2 million project. And that's really what we need tonight is some direction on where the council wants to be. If we want to use the $2 million that's been set aside for the park project over the years, or the remaining $2 million, then that's a significant public investment, and we would likely have that process. If it's, some new benches and a new bandstand, that's a different and probably more straightforward approach.
Can I clarify?
I first want to apologize to any staff member or consultant who has invested themselves in this plan, because I'm in no way suggesting that it wouldn't be lovely to have. I don't think it is. I do not see our community coming out and asking us to spend $14 million on this. And I don't see the value of getting there. So
we keep working on more plans. You're going to spend the big chunk of the 1.9 left over. Yeah, Vice Mayor.
Yeah. Engineer Kirkpatrick, if I heard you correctly, we cannot rebuild the bandstand in the current footprint because it's within the jurisdictional area of the agencies. So is that correct?
That is correct.
So we have to relocate, if we were to just do a bandstand, we have to relocate it somewhere within the park, outside of the area of the jurisdictional agencies.
Which could be as limited as sliding it all forward that feet, or it could be something more grand, relocating it.
So when you were talking earlier about, what options are available and what you could do, was that what you were thinking, is where to locate the bandstand?
Yes, I think that's correct.
Amongst other things, but
there's been a lot of discussion about location of the bandstand throughout this process, and I think that would be revisited as part of that.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. We have a motion made and seconded. Did you want to do a third motion?
Yeah, you know what? I will move that we put the master plan.
So sorry, City Attorney. I thought we have a motion made and second. She wants to do it. We should vote on the substitute motion first. And then if she wants to entertain a second one. All right, we're going to vote on the motion that was made by, Councilmember Nybert and seconded by Vice Mayor. Oh, he pointed at himself. Okay, all right. Made by the Vice Mayor, seconded by Nybert.
The motion fails 2-3 with Arkin, Testa, and Brown voting no.
Okay, we have an original motion. Shall we vote on that now?
Yes, you can vote on that.
Or she wants to
It-
make a substitute
It'd
motion.
be cleaner to vote on the original motion and then.
I kind of want to hear the substitute
Okay,
motion
that's fine.
first. Could
Either way
Okay.
works.
Could you
Okay.
entertain us?
Okay, my motion would be to put the master plan temporarily on hold and for staff to come back with a cost estimate for renovating the park. I would also agree that we probably don't need the public outreach if we're just kind of renovating and relocating the bandstand, gazebo, a total refresh renovation. And I'd like to see an estimate for that so that we can compare the two and then decide on the two. So that's my motion.
A second.
I hate to spend more time than we need to on doing this, but I would second that motion.
Okay, discussion on the second
Can I
on
ask
the
a-
substitute motion.
Question of the motion?
Sure.
No public outreach?
I think it could be minimal because we aren't redesigning the whole park. We got a lot of public outreach for the master plan. And I think from my understanding of that with the outreach and with the design that came before us, the bandstand where it was located, relocated here seemed to be acceptable to most people. So I think that's probably, if we were to relocate it in that general area, I can't see where we would get a lot of people saying, changing their mind on it.
No park.
If I could clarify, the bandstand in the location as shown on the concept plan would not be a viable option if the creek remains in the same location as it is now.
Okay, but there are options for relocating it somewhere else on that, kind of on that area, correct?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah, the engineer director said you could slide it forward slightly as one of the options.
yeah, okay. So I think just, I don't think it needs to be as big of a public outreach as we did before with this one, because this is an entirely new project.
So point of clarification was the motion said no public outreach. So I'm asking that. Thank you for the clarification. Now my question is, what about our Park and Rec department or commission? Are we going to ask our Park and Rec commission to weigh in on a renovation?
Yeah, I think they should be.
Are you going to amend your motion to say that?
I will amend it to say that, and I will say minimal public outreach.
Does that will you modify your second? on that?
Sure. And I did not hear the word no public outreach, so I think minimal is
Minimal.
appropriate.
Mhm. Yeah, because we know people want the trees, they want the park, they want the bandstand, they want the concerts in the park. I mean, that was clearly a part. Okay, we have a motion made and second. Any other comments, questions? All right, let's take a vote.
The motion passes 4-1 with Balch voting no.
And that means the original motion will die. Okay. All right. It is 9:00. Do we need a break? I'm looking around.
I would like to use the restroom.
Okay, do we have a break? Do we have a majority for break? Yes. Okay, we do. All right, we'll take a break. We'll be back in 5 minutes.
1.
All right, welcome back to tonight's Pleasanton City Council. It is February 7th. We've just come back from a recess and we are ready to move on to our next agenda item, which I guess will be agenda item 15. Sorry, City
Yes.
Manager, would you like to introduce our next speaker?
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Council. Pamela Ott is going to, our Assistant City Manager is going to make the presentation this evening. We are looking at creating a conversation with you and with the community about our commission and committee structure here at the City of Pleasanton. We currently have the committee and commission structure has grown over the years. Our organization has changed, and the opportunities for people to participate in the public process have become layered in some cases and maybe less efficient than they could be. So what we're here to do tonight is to tell you a little bit about the existing structure and then to initiate a conversation about some changes that we might consider organizationally. So with that, I'll turn it over to Assistant City Manager Ott, and we'll go from there. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Brown and council members. As City Manager Bowden indicated, we are really here this evening to initiate a discussion with the council regarding commission and committee organizational structure. As was shared in the agenda report, perhaps the genesis of this discussion came out of 2 work plan items that we provided for you. One was an idea that we wanted to talk about the restructure of the Economic Vitality Committee, with really thinking about focusing on industry sector representatives for that committee. And then secondly, also in the council's work plan is a project to evaluate the structure of youth commissioners on city commissions. And when staff set about thinking about those, we really took them as a starting point for a larger review of our city commission and committee structure, really thinking about it holistically, what worked for the city, what worked for the members of those committees and commissions, and really what we wanted to be able to get out of this whole process on both sides. As City Manager Bowden said, we've changed, we've evolved as a city organization over time. We now have different issues, perhaps. Some are the same, some are evolving issues that we want our commission and committee members to be thinking about and advising the council on. And so all of these topics went into our initial thought and exploration of the committee and commission reorganization structure. And what you see here on your screen is another reiteration of our thinking. You know, the idea that with some reorganization or restructuring, we could think about how we better align our commissions and committees with the city's organizational structure, how we could streamline those opportunities for community input and engagement through our commissions and committees, and also how we could increase efficiency and impact for both the commission and committee members as well as supporting staff members. And so that was really a starting place for us as staff as we bring this to you this evening. This is our current reporting structure. This is how we are organized from a city commission and committee perspective. I applaud the folks who actually put this chart together. You know, we wanted to make sure that we got it right. As was shared in the agenda report, the solid lines are really a reference to the department that oversees that committee or commission, but the dotted lines also represent where we have cross-departmental engagement and work and support for those committees and commission. So it's a pretty involved process, but one that you can see staff across the organization is really invested in serving these committees and commissions. We have 7 commissions here at the City of Pleasanton currently, and those 7 commissions, the work that they do is codified in the city's municipal code. And each commission has an identified role, and maybe in some cases that role is no longer necessary or the focus has shifted over time. The terms of their commission service are consistent across all the commissions, and adults who serve on those commissions are eligible to serve 2 4-year terms, and then the youth who serve on those are currently eligible to serve 3 2-year terms, right? 2 of the commissions are managed by Community Development Department, and the other 5 are managed by the library and Rec Department. And so you can see we've outlined them in the agenda report for you, or for anyone who's had an opportunity to read the report, and they're here on the screen for you this evening. And those 7 commissions are the Planning Commission, the Housing Commission, Civic Arts, Human Services, Library Commission, and Parks and Rec Commission. And Council, I was going to briefly touch on these commissions. I know that you know well the work that they do and how they advise you in your role as council members. But I thought it might be instructive for anybody who's watching this council meeting this evening if you just talked about them for a moment for each of them. And so Planning Commission, we did point out that there are 6 members on the Planning Commission, 5 regular and 1 alternate. And generally, the role of the Planning Commission is to prepare, adopt, and administer the city's general plan and specific plans, and make recommendations to the council regarding amendments to zoning ordinances, review and advise the council regarding subdivision maps, investigate and hear and determine use permits, specified variances, permits, and zoning ordinances. I won't read every word on every slide, but you well know what the Planning Commission does to advise and to make decisions on behalf of the city. Housing Commission has 6 members currently, 5 regular and 1 alternate. And the Housing Commission, as specified in the ordinance and in the city's municipal code, is responsible for advising the city council on the affordable housing needs of the community and initiating and pursuing opportunities for developing affordable housing within the city. Civic Arts Commission has 9 members, 7 regular, 1 youth, and 1 alternate member. And the role of the Civic Arts Commission is to promote the acquisition, construction, and installment of works of public art here in Pleasanton, and then make recommendations to the council regarding the city's civic arts programs and community grants. Human Services Commission has 9 members, 7 regular, 1 youth, and 1 alternate. And the role of the Human Services Commission is to advise the city council on human services needs of the community and methods of fulfilling those needs. I mean, you can see that particular emphasis is given to the human service needs of the socially and economically disadvantaged, the elderly, and the youth of our community. Library Commission, there are nine members on the Library Commission, 7 regular, 1 youth, and 1 alternate. And the role of the Library Commission is to advise the city council on matters related to the Pleasanton Library and library services in general here in our community, and then also to promote the use of library services. Parks and Recreation Commission, 7 members, 5 regular, 1 youth, and 1 alternate. And their role is to advise the city council on matters related to the development and provision of services relating to parks and recreation facilities, programs, and services. And then the Youth Commission is the last of the 7 commissions, 14 members, 11 regular, 3 alternates. And the Youth Commission acts as the liaison between this community's youth here in Pleasanton and the City Council. The Youth Commission also advises the council on youth-related issues and promotes an understanding and appreciation of community affairs among the youth of Pleasanton. In addition to the 7 commissions, we also have 3 committees that staff works with on an ongoing basis. Those committees are slightly different in that they are established by resolution of the city council rather than an ordinance and put into the municipal code. And they're tended to be slightly more focused on more specific subject areas. And that's why there's a small distinction between a committee and a commission. Of the 3, 1 is managed by community development with support from engineering and the library and recreation departments. 1 is managed by the city manager's office, and 1 is managed by the economic development department. For those 3 committees, we have the Bicycle, Pedestrian, and Trails Committee, 13 members. And you can see that they represent everything from 1 member of the Planning Commission, 1 from Parks and Rec, 1 from the Youth Commission, and then they have multiple members that are at large and from the community as well. And certainly the role of the BPTC, as we call them, is to advise the Parks and Recreation Commission and the City Council on bicycle, pedestrian, and trail related items. Committee on Energy and the Environment, we have 7 members on that committee, 6 regular, 1 at-large youth member. And the Committee on Energy and the Environment works with city staff to prepare an energy and environmental priorities plan, focusing on energy and environmental issues and strategies, and then to advise the council on such matters. And the third committee is the Economic Vitality Committee, or the EVC, as they're often referred to. This committee has 22 members on that committee. There's one representative each from various industries and various commercial and other community stakeholder groups, as well as one city council representative on the EVC as well. And the role of the EVC is to assess the current and ongoing business climate in the city and offer suggestions or recommendations to the council intended to maintain a strong economic development base. That is all by way of explanation to share with you how we are currently structured today, but really what our intention is this evening, as we said earlier, is to initiate a conversation with the council to get your initial input and potentially some direction on changes to the commissions and committees that are staffed by a city liaison, but then further to recommend that the council establish an ad hoc subcommittee of the council that would present options at a future meeting. Because I think there's a lot of discussion to have around how we structure our city commissions and committees. And I know it's something that's of significant importance to the staff who work with them, and the advice and the recommendations that these committees and commissions make to council. And so that's our recommendation that you see here this evening.
Wonderful. Thank you. Do we have any questions of staff? Councilmember Testa.
I do. Yeah, thank you. I'm surprised at the difference in the number of members in the different committees. When I was on Human Services, I'm sure that there were not 9 members, and I thought there was more consistency of how many throughout. I knew we always had a larger number of youth because of their demanding schedules, and so and giving more youth an opportunity to have that resume builder. But I'm just really surprised. Was there a reason for do we know what the history was on all of these different, that some are 9, some are 7, some are, and EVC, I never realized it was that many, 22.
Yeah. Councilmember Testa, I don't have the history about how each of the commissions or committees got to the point at which they are today, but this is really part and parcel of our discussion with the council that says, things have evolved, things have changed, members have been added over time to accommodate the needs of the commission committee and maybe the work that they do on behalf of council. And so trying to find consistency is really something that the staff started to look at when we went into this exploration process, because we do have a lot of diversity of number of members, and it's something we'd like to address through this process.
Okay. I have comments, but I'll wait on my comments. So.
Okay. Any other questions of staff? Vice Mayor?
Mine is on staff is going through a planning process to evaluate internally their departments and things like that. I asked because I remember when library wasn't tied with Park and Rec. Does staff have any guidance on where they think that might go in the future? I know we have people in the room, and so it's an interesting topic, but there was a time these were not staffed by the same director.
Yeah, that's correct. This is a known outcome, though. As part of that process, it was always understood that there'd be an analysis of the committee and commission reporting structure coming out of the merger that happened between the library and recreation department a few years back. And so COVID created a pause on that discussion, and as we come into the next 2-year budget cycle and we had these 2 council priorities, this felt like a good time to evaluate the committee and commission structure. knowing that we had a significant load on that recreation and library and recreation department. And so there are, to answer your question about other departments and consideration of possible reorganizations, things like that. We are undertaking studies right now relative to our engineering and public works groups and our operations services department, mostly because we are a community where we've seen a significant amount of we've shifted from building a lot of new things to maintaining a lot of things. We still want to build things, but we have a lot of things to maintain. And so we're looking at with the retirement of our operations services director and the likely retirement of our engineering director, we're looking at the possibility of those departments coming together. That will not change significantly the commission and committee work. The vast majority of our commission and committee work is happening out of library and recreation currently.
Okay, so I think you might have touched on it, but I'll ask in a different way. The workload that our committees and commissions handled in the past as a city compared to today as a city, it appears that staff is presenting that it's changed and declined. Hence, less commissions or committees may be needed or needs to be looked at. But yet we're a city that's growing in population. So can you comment, is that an indicator? Is it just that we're reaching build out? What is the driver for why we think they're not as needed or maybe need to be streamlined?
I think there are a couple of ways to look at this. The idea, the input that comes through the committees and commissions. So when we're building a lot of new things or we're planning for a lot of new things, the master plan is a good example from the last item. That is something that the Bike Ped Trails Committee, the Park and Recreation Committee, but we're doing less master planning and we're doing more building, maintaining, and in some cases, specific projects that are coming up. And so I think that there are fewer of those kinds of opportunities. Things like if you look at some of the language in here, it talks about promoting, initiating. We would not expect, for example, the Housing Commission to initiate an affordable housing project. That would be, there may be opportunities that get identified, but ultimately that would be a city council role and responsibility. So I think that while the purview seems wide in some of the descriptions that are here, it's not how things would actually happen. Some of the descriptive roles and responsibilities that are in our municipal code currently are not practical. And so I think that there's been a closer look at how priorities are set and what the role and responsibilities are for these individual commissions. And that's the work program that gets established. It's not come with your ideas and we'll just keep filling the agenda. It has to be city council initiated and driven, and those things are fewer.
Okay, so other committees that I noticed are like the PASS, I don't know if it's a committee actually, so I'll just say like the Public Art Sub-Selection, I can't remember what the SS stands for, the Public Art Selection Committee, where we were putting public art in parks, and we was like, so is that on this list? Where's that in this?
That is not on this list, Vice Mayor Balch, because that is a subcommittee formed out of the Civic Arts and Parks and Rec. So,
But Bike Ped is a subcommittee of Park and
right,
Rec.
but Bike Ped members, BPT's members are appointed directly to that committee. PASS represents one committee from one member from Civic Arts and one from Parks and Rec that come together to work with staff on that particular really focused area.
Okay,
so it's
so
just a
that-
subcommittee.
So that was going to answer my next one, which was Heritage Trees, the same way, pulls together planning, parks. Okay. Chiefs Advisory Board, not council derived, driven.
Correct.
Okay. And, okay, perfect. So that answers that. So let me ask about the comment you said earlier about percolating ideas up versus council driven priorities. Has that been a shift in how we handle city business?
No, we've had the work plan process, which allows for ideas to come from the committees and commissions, and then for council to authorize those to proceed. And so, for example, if you have come through the traditional work planning process, you might have one or two projects, and and that may not keep a committee or a commission busy for the entire year, or it may not even be initiated in year one of the work plan. If for those who've been through it, you know that sometimes things get deferred to year two, or they may not even be prioritized in the work planning process, but they live on the list because they originated there. And that can be somewhat frustrating because your idea is not moving forward. I think that there is a way to address, and I've had this conversation with some members, but not all members. I think there is a way to create an annual work plan for committees and commissions to better set expectations around how a committee is going to be engaged on specific issues, and to do that at the front end with council input, so that there's as policymakers in the community, there's a way to focus energy and effort around the amount of staff time that goes into something, but also around the work that the committee or commission is going to do that particular year. Certain commissions, as you all know, the planning commission, there's work that comes, but there's work that comes from the community and applicants. But there's also work that the council authorizes the community development department to do. And the planning commission is usually an integral part of any kind of a land use plan or something like that. And so while we wouldn't identify every single thing that every committee and commission would do through an annual report, there's likely to be some priorities that the council may want to put onto the staff and those groups. And I think there's a process that we can go through to better formalize that, create less frustration for folks about what we're doing and what we're not doing.
Okay. And then my last question is, I can't recall if it was exactly a training for Park and Rec, but I remember going through a type of a training on a Saturday. And then when I was in planning, you and I traveled south for a League of California Cities event as a planning commissioner. So what is the training we're providing to our committee and commission members who are then appointed to serve? What are we offering as a city? And maybe what do you envision, I guess I'll say, two-part.
Yeah, the what do we offer, really, it depends on the committee and the commission. Library, recreation, planning are all, there's kind of established tracks for some of those bodies. Some of them are a little less obvious. The bike ped trails, for example, may have less formal training opportunities. And so I'll flip here and say, going forward, I think as part of that annual work plan, establishing a training component, or at least suggesting to folks the opportunities that are available. We probably won't be mandating training for folks, but we can certainly make sure that opportunities are known on the front end and we're budgeting for them and offering them along the way.
Okay. And we're talking beyond the 1 hour commissioner handbook overview.
Correct.
Orientation. Okay.
And I guess the other piece to that is, as we're looking at the number of committee and commission members, that is a factor to consider. Obviously, it's when we start getting above 9 people on a body, not just from a staff perspective. I spend time with you all. Every staff person who's responsible for a committee or a commission should be investing the same time ahead of meetings to make sure that we're able to answer questions and to touch base. And as the bodies grow, it's not just the training opportunities and how many people we can send, but it's also the amount of time that goes into, while that's not formal training, I think there's opportunity there for just engaging with one another. And it's an important part of the work, and the number of people that are on a commission impacts a staff person's ability to do that in any kind of an intensive or in-depth way. Economic vitality is probably the most extreme example, but you can imagine having to make 22 phone calls ahead of a meeting that had something of substance. It would be quite a lift.
Ms. Adamas did a great job. All right. Thank you very much.
Anyone else for questions? Yeah, Councilmember Nybert.
Thank you, Mayor Brown. You mentioned that the roles and responsibilities of the commissions are mentioned or described in the municipal code. Is that correct? Presumably those came out of council resolutions for most, if not all, of those commissions or committees.
It'd be adopted by ordinance because they're in the municipal code.
Okay. And so has the look that you've done so far gone back to those original descriptions and roles and responsibilities?
It does, yes. And I think that's what's interesting. The idea of a commission that's appointed by the city council going out and, sorry, I got to take off my glasses, initiating and pursuing opportunities for developing affordable housing is not something that we would encourage or that is really practical. We take people from the community. Sometimes they have expertise in these areas. Sometimes they have an interest in these areas. And ultimately, as policymakers, the expectation is that council will direct staff and then we'll bring ideas to these groups consistent with the direction that we've received from staff. And so I think whether we make substantive changes to the commissions, we probably do need to go through and look at the roles and responsibilities and the language that's in here to make sure that it's consistent with what we would consider. I'm not sure it's best practice or if it's just a practical reality.
Okay. And so in looking at these roles and responsibilities that, a subcommittee might be assigned to do, would it be appropriate for them also to look at the processes and that committee is responsible for? I'm thinking in terms of a couple of comments that we received in regard to the Civic Arts Commission and the grant making and reviewing process. Would it be the objective of the subcommittee to take into account certain of those processes for continuous improvement, or would that be outside the scope?
No, I think it's within the scope. I think we'd be looking, we may not go into the level of detail that some folks would want us to with this process around the actual components of each commission, but I think it would be up for discussion as part of those meetings because it all fits together. The role should be really clear, and then the things that the council needs done in terms of from these advisors really needs to be clarified. So we want to make sure that if we have a grant process and we're not properly engaging with a committee right now, that we would build that into the discussion so we know that that this does need to stand alone and this is an important responsibility, or it could be done with a group of others in a more rolled up way or consolidated way and still be effective. So I think it would be up for discussion. I saw the emails today. I haven't read all of the emails about the grants per se. I would imagine we'll be discussing all of these things.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Okay, questions?
Sure. Okay, I just need to clarify. So I understand the recommendation. I understand the establishing an ad hoc subcommittee that would, Councilmember Nybert just asked, they could look at scope and, roles and responsibilities, all of that. But regarding the first bullet for recommendation, review and provide direction on recommended changes, is there anything specific you're looking for tonight?
Councilmember Arkin, no, there's not anything specific we're looking for this evening. We really, as I said, just wanted to initiate a conversation. And if the council has any general initial input they want to pass on to us, we would be happy to, such as the conversation we were having just a moment ago with Councilmember Nybert. We'd be happy to take that in as part of this work. But there was nothing we were looking for other than general guidance from the council.
Okay. And so things like the roles and responsibilities, the reporting structure, how many are on the committee, all that would be something coming back from the ad hoc as presenting some options for us. Right. Okay.
Correct. And I could just add that this isn't something that obviously when you look at the spaghetti diagram that is slide 4 with all of the lines, this isn't something that we would just dump towards the subcommittee and say, help us figure it out. We've got some suggestions and some alternatives that we've been developing. And so I think we have a jump off point. I'm not sure that we're all the way there, but we certainly have some options for consideration and a place to start the conversation.
Okay. Thank you for that. And then like it was mentioned, economic vitality, which is a committee I just got on, and I was on as a school board member, but it has 22. And why is there so many on that one? I know there's a PUSD rep and a council rep, but from the business community, there are 20.
It was intended, Councilmember Arkin, to follow a number of industry sectors that we have here in Pleasanton. So you'll see professional services, you'll see medical or financial services, right? Medical services, you'll see computing, right? Advanced manufacturing, green economy. So it was really intended to be focused on industry sectors. Plus, the reason the committee got larger was in addition to those industry sectors, was to get other partners in the community that really make a difference to our local economy. So by that, I mean Visit Tri-Valley, right? Or Alameda County Fairgrounds, or a representative from downtown. So that is why the composition of the EVC is so large.
Okay, I think that's all the questions I have right now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Testa?
Well, I kind of started with, but
Okay.
I do have some of the thoughts, but you haven't had yours yet.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and I'm gonna open, just warning Todd, so don't fall asleep out there. Yeah, some of the groups are very large. Do you need, let's say EVC, they have 22 members. Do you need a quorum then? You need
That is correct.
Wow.
EVC is not fully filled at the moment, but yes, you would need a quorum of the EVC to be able to run a meeting. So
to take, you can run a meeting, but you can't take a vote then, I assume.
but if we had quorum, I mean, we have been very successful in engaging the EVC members. And so there have been times where we were concerned that we wouldn't get enough folks to come to the meeting. And that is a lot of people to make sure that you get to attend. But yes, we do have to make sure that we have quorum.
Okay. I do talk to, since I'm usually the appointing body, and then obviously the council ratifies. But since I do talk to people on a regular basis, they're concerned that there's not enough vertical communication. Do you think by relooking at this that we can improve the ability of the committees and commissions to communicate back to the council? Because we're the funding body. So as stated earlier, we're the one that allocates funds. And if they can't get a good communication line with us, they have to jump around, which we don't want to do. But sometimes through desperation, people do that.
So we have the answer is yes. And I think that is part of the effort that we'd like to undertake. It's not in our best interest or really in the community's best interest to have people feeling like they're not being heard or that they're frustrated with their role in our process. There are a couple of ways to do that. I think an annual work plan is reasonable for the committees and commissions that exist, and then the council knows where folks are trying to head, and we're able to create that clarity. So I think that is something that we can move forward with. And then the strategic plan will be another, I think, really important opportunity for our committees and commissions to engage with community members, but also ultimately with the city council on their priorities and what, at least from the individual bodies, what they think is important so that the council can affirm that and allow them to move forward.
I'd appreciate that. And even to like, how can in one case, we did get an email, how can the grant process be more efficient? Do we need more outreach? In this case, they weren't getting much of a breadth of applicants. So, okay. All right. Okay, I'm going to open the public hearing and invite Mr. Todd Nelson to the front. And those of us on the council noticed no TV, so we're able to see people in the audience today. This is a first for us, and I appreciate moving it. Thank you. Otherwise, I might not have known Todd was even in the audience, except for he filled out a speaker card.
I follow instructions.
Well,
So good evening, Mayor, Council, and staff. Todd Nelson. I served 2 terms on the Bike Ped and Trails Committee. In the beginning, I had no clue about the structure, why certain people were in the room, none of it. So it was a learning process as the years went on. Toward the end, I did a lot more homework and looked at the founding resolution and put a lot of thought into a lot of notes, which I sent to council about a year ago. If anyone didn't get that, I still have the email somewhere, so I can send that. So I won't go into all that. I always found it interesting that I think BPTC was the only committee that didn't get to elect a chair or vice chair from its own people. They were appointed elsewhere. and it seemed a bit discouraging to some of us. The other thing that was interesting in the founding resolution is there were 10 roles for the committee to do, and from memory, we were doing 1. And so from that, I kind of conclude there's a lack of oversight somewhere. It wasn't in, I don't know if it was structured or not, but it certainly, no one was minding the store. We were just doing that one particular thing over and over again. The thing that I would like to see going forward as an advisory committee, and I can't speak for the others, but part of what's supposed to happen is we're supposed to advise you. And so the things that you may be interested in, as far as I can tell, need to be very clear, so that filters down to the committee, so they know what to respond back, and that gets filtered up. My concern really is that you ask good questions. Things are rather vague, I thought, in the BPTC. The biggest concern, which is a change from a year ago, if things filter down to us, we work on something and give you back some opinions going back up. The new shift to action minutes is going to totally eliminate that. You won't know. Most of what we get is here's a project from staff, BPTC, please give us some feedback on it. So the meeting minutes are going to say staff delivered a presentation on this topic and received feedback. And you won't know whether we liked it or not. You'll have to really trust the filtering process as it goes up, that you heard what you actually asked of the committee. And that's my biggest concern. And I understand the reasons for action minutes, but in this particular question where you're asking for what a particular community wants, if you don't get the comments, then I'm not sure that it's going to be effective that way. And to your point, Mayor, you and the rest of council probably know more about bicycle issues from direct contact, either from this forum or from direct email, than you did through BPTC. And so whatever you do to streamline that, meeting minutes is not going to do it. So how else are you going to do that? And that's my question for the ad hoc committee going forward. But generally, I support the investigation into that.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Wonder staff could answer the question, why can't BB Bikes and Pedestrian and Trails appoint their own leaders? EBC does, and Energy and Environment does, and their committees.
Mayor Brown, I don't have.
Right.
Correct. Yes, it's prescribed in that resolution that the members of Parks and Rec and the Planning Commission serve in those roles.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, you're a committee, but so are the other committees, and they don't do that. So, and there's even a human services person on there, and I'm not quite sure why there's human services. Okay.
And this, Mayor Brown, is really part and parcel of why we've initiated this discussion with the council. Things have changed over time, right? And in an effort to really make sure that this experience is helpful for the council that gets advised, and for the commission and committee members, and for the staff members that work with those commissions and committees, really just taking a look and making sure that we're aligned the way we want to be operating today, in a way that serves all of us really nicely and really thoughtfully is why we're bringing this to you.
One more as a follow-on question to Mr. Nelson's comments. Is there, with the reduction in minutes to action item minutes, is there some way that there is something can be boiled down and handed over to the council so we know what the items are concerned, or do you want it to do it just through the annual process?
No, we do that in staff reports. You'll often see a section that says Bike Ped Trails Committee input, and there'll be a paragraph that summarizes the project details or the discussion that was had at the BPTC to flag the issues. And so I would expect that to continue. And I think that this is it's specific to the type of discussion that's being had. If it's about a project, that may get rolled into staff's comments. If it's about a policy matter, it's probably going to be called out separately by input from the BPTC. But our goal is we staff these committees with competent people, and their job is to make sure that the direction or the input is advisory to the council, and that's going to continue.
Okay, all right. So Todd, you didn't have to write all those emails. All right, thank you very much. Do we have anybody from home that would like to speak? Please raise your virtual hand and the city clerk will connect you.
There are no speakers for this item.
Okay, we'll close the public hearing, bring it back to the city council. I am an appointee for these roles, and I would very much like to be on the ad hoc committee. I'll just start with that if that's possible and supported by a majority of the council.
I'm sorry, what was?
Oh, since I appoint to this and I stay in contact with my appointees, I'd like to be on the ad hoc because all I'm saying is if that's agreeable to the rest of the council, but anybody want to start?
Well, I will.
Okay,
Okay.
sure.
A couple thoughts that I have. Because I was on Human Service Commission for more than a decade, and at the time that the Housing Commission was actually came out of the Human Service Commission. So because we were doing the responsibilities that then got pulled out and assigned to a different commission, housing. So I guess I kind of, and to me that made sense because the affordable housing component kind of dovetails with the social responsibilities that come through human service. So the other, on the youth commission, is one of the things that staff is looking at identifying whether the youth should continue to be on all of the other commissions? Or is that not a factor that you're looking at?
It can be, we certainly can be. The concept that we were looking at around the youth commission was more about the terms based on the council work plan priority discussion. But we could certainly look at youth commission participation on the where youth commission's been woven into other commissions.
Well, and I would just suggest there be a conversation at the youth commission and how they feel about sitting on all those, because I always thought it was quite torturous with their very busy schedules. And since I did have kids on the youth commission, for them to sit in some of the other commission meetings, I just felt was not a really valid use of their time. And if it's working, great. And if they're liking that, but if they're not feeling that they're getting a lot out of going to those other commissions, I think that's a conversation that should be had at least, whether that's been successful. I know I wouldn't have wanted my kids to be spending time on some of the committees that I was on, and I just felt like those poor kids sat there thinking about all the things and homework and things that they should be doing. And instead they were in a room for a couple of hours discussing, or they weren't discussing. They usually were just sitting there. But if it's working, great. So those are my only two thoughts.
Clarifying on that. I thought that, are you talking about members of the youth commission also serving on other, because but I think it's a actual youth member of the Civic Arts Commission, a youth member of library. They're not youth commissioners. At least that's how it was when I was on the library commission.
No, we appoint specifically for the
For
library.
those, they're not youth commissioners that are on the youth commission and also on all those committees.
Okay, then it shifted. It didn't used to be like that, and that's fine if that's working. I didn't realize that they were completely assigned. I was thinking that, okay. Reverse that. Okay.
Thank you. All right. Did you have other questions before I go? It's comment time. We're giving feedback. Yeah, we're giving feedback, then hopefully form an ad hoc.
Okay, yes, and I'm all in favor of forming an ad hoc. I would be interested in serving if, just let you know, I would be interested in that as well. Regarding some of the other things on here, I think what the ad hoc does need to look at, I think, and bring back options for us. I think the reporting structure, I think it is a little lopsided there with staff responsibility. So I'd like to see something done with that. Updating and evaluating the roles of the commissioners, and if there is other specific training. I do know when I was a library commissioner, we did have, now this was a while ago, we did have some options to do outside training. The library director at that time did give us that option. It wasn't very much, but there was an option there. So maybe that's something to explore as well. How many are on the committees? I think EBC, I am on that. I just only attended one meeting so far. I think we had about 10 in the room. So we definitely didn't have all 22, but I think we could probably streamline that a little better and maybe reduce how many industries are on there, especially if there's some overlap with them. But that should be looked at. I think, let's see, what else? I like that there is a youth member on each of these committees. I think that is valuable. I'd like to see that continue. The Youth Commission, I would like to see, I think the number of members are okay. I know sometimes with kids and how busy they are, sometimes they can't always attend all the meetings. So having a little bit larger number to me is okay. I would like to see the terms be possibly reduced. I know it's 3 2-year terms, I believe. So somebody could serve a total of 6 years on it. And I think with how competitive that, is that correct? Or am I incorrect on, is that correct?
You were council member Arkin, right? It is not, most commission members serve a 4-year term or up to 2 4-year terms.
And I know youth is different.
The youth is different, and I believe it's 3 2-year terms.
Yeah, so a total of 6. And I know one of my sons was a youth commissioner. I think he did serve a whole 6 years, but I don't think that was a while ago too. It was as competitive then. I think when we interview for youth commissioners, we have them coming out of the woodwork. So it's a very, we have a lot of very bright youth that are interested in this. So I think reducing the terms gives more kids a chance to participate. So that is something I would like to see as well. Let's see, I think that pretty much goes over, I think, what the ad hoc, I think, but coming back with some good options for us would be something I'm very supportive of. And that's it.
Can I just add to your comment about the youth and reducing the terms? I think going to the 3 2-year was to give middle school students an opportunity, but not just give them opportunity, but have representation of that age group.
Yeah, and I don't know, that would be something to consider, whether we want to continue with that or not. I think just having one youth commissioner do possibly 3 2-year terms, I think is a bit much, and maybe reduce that a bit, only because we do have so many youth members in our community that are interested in serving. So I would say that would be something to consider, but come back, again, the committee come back with options.
Probably would be eliminating the middle school representative, right? I mean,
well, not
I
necessarily.
don't think that's necessarily so, Councilmember Testa. I think we just need to sit down and look at it and work with, if a subcommittee is put into place, then staff would certainly work, and we would talk through all those issues. So we in talking with Heidi Murphy and her team, we recognize that there's a strong interest on the part of the council and the part of our youth in town to be engaged and involved, and we all really want to support that. So recognizing that we want to provide as many opportunities in that regard is really what we're focused on.
Yeah, can I ask too, the youth member that are on the other commissions, they are a 4-year term though, is that correct? Just like the other commissioners on that commission?
I believe, let me double check, Councilmember Arkin. I want to say that they still have the shorter term. They're not 4-year terms, but I will double check and we can get
you got
that
your
answer.
confirmation
Director
right
Murphy's
there.
here.
We've got an expert.
Oh, thank you.
So they're a shorter, they're the same 3 2-year. So they don't really coincide with the adult member. though.
Correct.
So that's a little I remember we started
Awkward.
getting a youth member on the library commission when I was on it. And it was very valuable. I would say we really liked having a youth member on.
That would be a very long commitment for a youth member, though, to serve
Yeah.
for 4 years. That
1
could,
year is 10 years for
right,
us.
could for-
Yeah.
technically be their entire high school career, but that would just be a long term.
Yeah.
Again, while we're talking
Three
about the youth,
two-year terms would be long too, right?
Guys,
Is
hold on.
that, am I not understanding that correctly? They would still be able to do 3 2-year terms though?
So why don't let's, if a subcommittee is put together, we'll make
Okay.
sure that we lay that out
maybe look at-
for
yeah,
the
okay.
subcommittee and the council, so we can have those
That's up
substantive
for discussion.
conversations.
Okay, okay,
can I
that's
ask,
interesting.
are the youth still selected? In fact, Mayor, you probably know this more, by school? So that we have representatives from
No.
all of the different schools?
I don't pick based on that.
You-
No, we pick based on qualifications and interest.
Okay, it was where having representatives from Foothill and from and the piece that was, I thought, always really valuable was to make sure that there was representation from Village. But, okay.
All right, thank you. This side of the room. Okay, Councilmember Nybert.
Yeah, I agree generally with the comments that have been made thus far. Recognizing that a lot of the specific items will be addressed by the subcommittee should it be formed. Just overall in general, I think the thrust is for committees and commissions to be more effective, to increase their effectiveness through this process so that they're achieving the duties that are expected of them by the council and creating the deliverables that are expected. And with regard to that, the reporting structure certainly would be a part of that scope. Perhaps we would also look at typical attendance at various committee meetings among the members or commission meetings. In some cases, there are other bodies represented. I know for the Bicycle Pedestrian Trails Committee, the charter has representatives from East Bay Regional Parks and Zone 7. I was the vice chair of that committee for 1 year as a member of the Planning Commission, and to my knowledge, they never attended during that year. So that could be one thing to look at. Engagement level of the public with the various committees. So I view all of this as an opportunity to engage in continuous improvement and to remove barriers to the effectiveness of the various commissions. So those are just my general comments, and I would support the creation of a subcommittee.
Okay, thank you. And Vice Mayor.
Yeah, so clearly our commissions are critical for a chance to serve, investing in for the public to invest in their government, their city government. The knowledge transfer used to happen pretty well, I think, through the strategic plan, and I know we've changed that. So I hope that the new strategic plan we will be adopting can continue that, right? Because from my understanding doing it, the commissioners want to be of use to our city, right? And I think we're disenfranchising them from that at times based upon what they ultimately see percolate up. So I agree with the investing in the formal training. As I said, I did Cal Cities on one and a different group on a different one, tightening up the subcommittees, maybe the roles, et cetera, staffing them appropriately. And I don't mean to disparage anything. I just know that when we had Parks and Rec separate as a department and department head from library, that work then got shared between two heads versus what we now see today. And so I think, as the city manager answered, the time's due to adjust or evaluate where we're at. So I get that, but we still must staff appropriately. And I think it's yeoman's work that goes unthanked quite often. But I also think the council needs to empower our commissions and committees. If we're going to vote against our commission or committee recommendation, we should probably be extremely clear as to why we see it differently, because we want their voice to be validated, to be heard, to be understood. And that, so if we go from that, we need to be assisting the logic as to why. So I served on 5 commissions or committees: Parks and Rec, Bike Ped for a brief stint, planning, heritage tree, which I pulled out, but I'll still give myself credit for, and economic vitality. So with that, I am also interested in serving on the ad hoc because I've served on 5 of them and I understand what our commissioners go through. So thank you.
Okay. All right. Question about Youth Commission and Brown Act. Is that enforceable, city attorney? I mean, they're 14-year-olds sometimes and 15-year-olds. Can you really enforce the Brown Act?
Yes, they are the legislative body according to the Brown Act.
Okay, even though they're advisory.
Right.
Okay, interesting. Okay. All right. As we heard this evening, I was actually thinking of a top-down request. If our youth commission could give us some suggestions on how to help with violence in schools. I don't know. There was one time it was sort of a top-down push for tobacco and how to reduce tobacco use and vaping in schools. But I think we need to listen to our committee commissioners and say, how can we improve our efficiencies? How can we be better at what we do? Of course, we need to listen to them, but ultimately we are the deciding body and their advisory. There have been times where advisory committees thought they were the ultimate word, and because we allocate our budget and we're an elected body, we do have the final say on things. I'd like to see if we're going to do a reduction, we use attrition instead of saying, hey, sorry, your term's up. And see ya, we'll come back later. So if we're going to blend, we use attrition to reduce those numbers. And absolutely, I don't understand why Bikes and Ped has quite such an extensive group, and especially those that don't show up on a regular basis. I see some opportunities to blend groups together and still make a very efficient committee and commission that can meet regularly and give positive feedback for their committees and bring back some really good suggestions. So, and I think some of these groups like EVC at 22, I know it's been said, but I think we can do a more efficient job of working with our business community if it's pared down to people who actually can go. There is a policy. If you don't attend the meetings, you get a notice. 3 meetings, you get a notice. There is a policy also is there you'll be removed if you don't. Is that 3 unexcused absences?
Mayor Brown, you are correct. We do have a policy and a protocol that we follow. So when we have commissioner committee members that are starting to see a significant number of absences, right? And it's based, it's if you miss more than 1/3 of the meetings in any 6-month period. So some of it depends on whether you meet monthly or whether that committee meets bi-monthly, right? So we kind of have to look at the frequency of meetings, but we have an escalating response where the staff liaison will have a conversation with the member who's missed, and sometimes something's happening, right? Or they have work or travels or family things that they're attending to. But then after that, we would follow up in writing, and then subsequent to that, there would be a letter from the city manager saying, we recognize that you're not attending, and that's part of your service, right? We want our community members to participate, but we need them there to be able to do that participation and to serve the committee or commission and ultimately the council. And so then at the end, it would come to the council to make a decision, right? We would report excessive absences to the council so that you could take action if you deemed that necessary.
We don't do that very often. Though.
Not very often, because our commission and committee members want to serve, right? And they want to be participants, and staff does a nice job of making sure that we can support them in that.
Okay. All right. Well, with that, you received some feedback. We've got 3 of us that want to be on the liaison or the ad hoc committee. 3 years, they're 4 or 5. I don't know. Thoughts? Okay, I got to flip a coin here. I don't know.
If we're 3 members of the subcommittee, would then that entail Brown Act concerns?
Yeah, an ad hoc subcommittee can only be 2.
Well, I'm willing to step down if you 2 want to do it. I have enough meetings, and wait till I close this out, but I need to make sure everybody can work together. Is that something you can do, council member?
I can work with anybody, so I would be
Okay.
happy to do it.
All right. So this is my last chance to give some feedback then publicly, since I know you're going to come back with options. Councilmember Balch, is that acceptable to you, or Vice Mayor Balch?
Oh, to work with Councilmember Argan, of course, or anyone, yeah.
Okay, all right, I just want to make sure. I would like to see some of these groups that are appropriate together. We got some feedback from some of the commissions that they feel one group is better grouped with another. That was one of the reasons why I wanted to be on this and pass those on. Library commissioners and civic arts seem to go together better than some of the others. At least that's what I've been told. And that improved communication in some of the committees, there's a couple levels of staff above them. And they want to make sure that communication goes vertical. They want to make sure that that gets to us. So how to improve that? And I assume we're going to get another bite at the apple. So it'll come back to us after the ad hoc committee. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. We'll take the input and direction from the ad hoc committee, and we'll be back with a recommendation for the city council.
Okay, all right.
Just for the record, could we just have a motion and
Yeah.
just
Sure, I'll make a motion that staff has received feedback on the committee commissions, and the city council will form an ad hoc committee made up of Vice Mayor Balch and Councilmember Arkin to come back with some recommendations on how to improve our existing committee commissions. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, everybody agree? All right, let's vote.
The motion passes unanimously.
In all honesty, I've never been on a committee or commission. That's one of the reasons I was willing to step down. Okay, but I know we have terrific ones and I'm proud to appoint for those. All right, we're on to agenda item 16. We saved, I won't say this the best for last, but Susan, I am looking forward to your presentation. Yeah.
Good evening once again, Mayor and Council. This is our annual comprehensive financial report, as well as a number of other financial reports that we are required to provide with, I believe, Director of Finance Susan Shea is going to be ready to present here in a moment, and we're going to have no technical glitches on this go round, and I'm going to turn it over to Director Shea.
You jinxed us.
Oh, I know. Yeah, well,
Alan.
We got stuff last time, so we'll see if it can. I promise, Alan, we're trainable.
we've talked about just getting a button that we can press that makes it all happen, but that button apparently does not exist.
It's a little buzzer and it says, Alan.
It's the interaction of the projector with TV 30, making sure we get everything shared appropriately so all the folks who are watching us on TV can see.
So now we'll get it over to Director Shea, and her and her team have done a great job putting all of this information together. So thank you to the subcommittee members, our finance subcommittee members, Vice Mayor Balch and Councilmember Nybert for their review. And with that, I'll turn it over to Director Shea.
Thank you, Jerry. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Tonight we'll present the audited financial results for fiscal year 2022. Staff recommends that the City Council accept the fiscal year 2022 annual comprehensive financial report or AFR, and the compliance reports that are included in tonight's agenda packet. Tonight's presentation will cover AFR presentation guidelines and contents, financial highlights, and debt, pension, and other post-employment benefits performance. Before I present the financial results, I would like to present the recommendations from the audit committee. Vice Mayor Bouch and Councilmember Nyberg serve on the committee. The committee met last week to review the financial reports. The engagement partner from the city's independent audit CPA firm also attended the meeting and presented the audit process and results to the committee. The city received unmodified or clean audit opinions on the effort and the compliance reports. There were no findings resulted from the fiscal year 2022 audit. The committee recommended that the city council accept the effort and the compliance reports. The committee directed staff to review the waterfront operating reserve policy and update the policy if necessary. The committee also asked staff to clarify the unfunded liability trends in the popular annual financial report that is also included in tonight's agenda packet. Staff will include notes in the report indicating that the unfunded pension and OPEB liabilities decreased from the prior fiscal year due to the investment gains from fiscal year 2021. And the liabilities are expected to increase in fiscal year 2023 due to the investment loss from fiscal year 2022. As we all know, investments are expected to fluctuate from time to time. Next, I'll present the effort preparation guidelines and contents. The city's effort is prepared in accordance with the guidelines and standards set by the Government Finance Officers Association and the Governmental Accounting Standards Board, GFOA and GASB. The effort is presented in 3 major sections, including the introductory section, the financial section, and the statistical section. The financial section is a key section of the effort. The introductory section includes the letter of transmittal and other information such as the city's organizational chart and a list of public officials. The transmittal letter provides an overview of the city's profile, economic conditions and outlook, and major initiatives and accomplishments. I want to share with the City Council that the city received the GFOA Award in Excellence in Financial Reporting for the fiscal year 2021 effort. The financial section includes the independent auditor's report, the management's discussion and analysis, and the basic financial statements. The independent auditor's report is the report card on the city's truth and fairness of the financial statements. As I mentioned earlier, the city received clean audit opinions on all the reports. The management's discussion and analysis provides an overview of the city's financial statements and an analysis of the city's financial positions and changes in operating results from the prior fiscal year. The MD&A also discussed significant capital assets and long-term debt. The basic financial statements presents the city's financial positions and operating results. This section includes government-wide financial statements, fund financial statements, notes to financial statements, and supplementary information. Government-wide financial statements provide a broad overview of the city's finances that is similar to, in a manner that's similar to private sector business. Financial transactions are recorded based on accrual basis of accounting. Fund financial statements provides an overview of the city's spendable resources on a near-term basis. Financial transactions are recorded based on modified accrual basis of accounting, which is a combination of cash basis and accrual accounting. These transactions focus on more of the near-term inflows and outflows of spendable resources. Notes to financial statements provide additional information pertaining to the city's basic financial statements, such as significant financial policies and the city's investment holdings. Supplementary information includes budgetary comparison schedules and schedules related to OPEB and pension plans. The statistical section provides current and historical information related to the city's financial trends, revenue capacity, debt capacity, demographics and economics and operations, such as the city's population and unemployment rate. Next, I'll present the financial highlights. In the next few slides, I will present the city's consolidated net positions, assets and liabilities. The city's net position increased by almost 22 million to 774 million at the end of fiscal year 2022. The increase was primarily due to revenues exceeding expenditures. Net position equals to assets minus liabilities. The consolidated net position reflects governmental activities and business type activities. Governmental activities include the general fund, special revenue funds, capital projects funds, and internal service funds. Business type activities include enterprise-related activities such as water, sewer, and golf course operations. Of the 774 million in net position, 658 million or 85% represents net investment in capital assets such as streets and roads, equipment, buildings, and parks. 124 million represents restricted net position. These funds are earmarked for capital projects, special projects, community development projects, and pension funding. Almost 12 million represents committed net position. Funds are set aside for a rainy day and special programs such as crisis response. The negative 90 million in unrestricted net position represents the city's net pension and OPEB liabilities. It also reflects the city's net liability in LPFD or the fire department. It is common for agency to report a negative balance in this category due to the recording of net pension and OPEB liabilities. The city's assets totaled 1 billion at the end of fiscal year 2022, including almost 300 million in cash and investments and receivables, and over 670 million in capital assets. Current and other assets decreased by almost 80 million from the prior fiscal year, mainly due to unrealized investment loss and reduction in accounts receivable balance. Capital assets and net investments in the Livermore Amador Valley Waste Management Authority increased by about 4 million, primarily due to additions to capital assets. I want to point out that the city's cash and investments and receivable represent about 29% of the assets, which is about 297 million. This amount can cover the city's short-term and long-term liabilities that I will be presenting on the next slide. And I also want to point out that the city reported 7 million in receivable in fiscal year 2022 due to the implementation of GASB Statement 87. When certain criteria are met for operating and capital lease, a lessor is required to recognize a lease receivable and a deferred inflow of resources, and a lessee is required to recognize a lease liability and an intangible right to use lease asset. This slide presents the city's consolidated liabilities. The total was close to 200 million at the end of fiscal year 2022, including 146 million in net pension liability, net OPEB liability, and net liability in LPFD. These amounts represent about 73% of the city's liabilities. Liabilities decreased by 80 million from the prior fiscal year, mainly due to investment gains from pension and OPEB funds in 2021. This slide presents the deferred outflows and inflows of resources related to leases, pensions, and OPEB. Pension and OPEB deferred outflows and inflows are due to contributions made after June 30, 2021 measurement day, changes in assumptions, differences between expected and actual experience, and the differences between projected and actual earnings on CalPERS and OPEB investments. The actuarial valuation reports issued by CalPERS and the city's OPED consultant are 1 year behind the audit. That's why the 2021 actuarial valuation reports are used to measure the pension and OPED liabilities for the fiscal year 2022 audit. When we receive the reports for 2022, we'll use the information for fiscal year 2023 audit. Next, I will present the highlights for governmental funds. Governmental funds are used to account for activities primarily supported by taxes, grants, and similar revenue sources. Governmental funds are based on modified accrual basis of accounting and focus on near-term inflows and outflows of spendable resources. For example, pension and OPED liabilities and capital assets are not reported in governmental funds. The city's governmental funds include the general fund, special revenue funds, and capital projects funds. The general fund is the city's primary operating fund. The general fund provides funding for a wide range of city services and programs. The general fund achieved positive financial results in fiscal year 2022 and end the year with 8.4 million in surplus. Actual revenue exceeded budget by 2.5 million, mainly due to increases from taxes such as sales tax and hotel tax, development processing fees from large development projects, and recreation revenues due to more programming. Please note that 4.3 million in American Rescue Planet funds are also included in fiscal year 2022. Actual expenditures were below budget by 4.6 million, mainly due to vacancy savings from PD and the Operations Services Department, lower than expected contract services, and savings from other expenditures such as supplies and materials. This slide presents the fund balances for the general fund. The fund balance increased by 8.4 million to 52 million at the end of the fiscal year. About 500,000 is in the non-spendable category related to notes, loans, and advances to other funds. 17.6 million is restricted for pension funding. The money is in a pension trust. 11.6 million is committed for a rainy day fund and special programs. 10 million in rainy day reserve, 400,000 for COVID response and recovery, 800,000 for crisis response, and 300,000 for the mobile outreach vehicle program. 22.4 million is in the unassigned category. Committed and assigned fund balances totaled 34 million. These fund balances are considered unrestricted fund balance according to the GFOA. The GFOA recommends agencies that maintain a minimum of 2 months of unrestricted reserve. That's calculated based on operating revenues or operating expenditures. The 34 million that we have here represents about 3 months or 25% of the general fund budget operating expenditures. This slide presents the fund balances for governmental funds for fiscal years 2021 and 2022. The fund balance totaled almost 158 million at the end of fiscal year 2022, an increase of 5 million from the prior fiscal year. Except for the general fund, all funds are earmarked for specific projects such as capital projects, housing projects, and projects funded by impact fees and Measure B and BB funds. I want to point out that a significant portion of the fund balance in the miscellaneous CIP fund and other CIP funds represents carryovers for projects that will be completed in future years. The general fund, housing fund, and the miscellaneous CIP fund are reported as major funds in the city's effort. This slide presents the net position for the enterprise funds. The net position totaled 211 million at the end of fiscal year 2022, a slight decrease of 1.4 million from the prior fiscal year. Please note that about 151 million reflects net investments in capital assets that's not available for spending. These balances reflect both operating and capital funds. Money can only be spent on relevant enterprise activities. The net position has not increased or decreased much from the prior fiscal year. For example, the water fund reserve is maintained at the 90 million level. The sewer fund is at the 80 million level, the golf fund 21 million level, storm drain fund almost 20 million. Other enterprise funds include transit, cemetery, and housing authority. The reserve level it's at about 1.6 million. This slide presents the net position for internal service funds. Internal service funds are used to account for services and goods that are provided to departments based on cost reimbursement basis. Funds also set aside for future repairs and replacements, such as vehicle replacement, equipment replacement, major building maintenance, and park renovation. The net position totaled 55 million at end of fiscal year 2022, a decrease of about 7.5 million from the prior fiscal year, mainly due to unrealized investment loss. To better reflect available resources, pension and OPEB liabilities are excluded from the Employee Benefits Fund and the Retiree Health Insurance Reserve Fund. As we all know, these are long-term liabilities and they are expected to be paid off over time. The negative fund balance in the Employee Benefits Fund is due to lower than expected reserve being set aside for workers' comp claims. This deficit is expected to be eliminated as we collect the funds from the departments over time. The rates will be increased in order to eliminate this negative balance. We have sufficient funds to cover current claims. There was about 10 million in cash in this fund at the end of fiscal year 2022. As you can see from the chart, the replacement and renovation fund had about 31 million in net position at the end of fiscal year 2022. I want to point out that over 10 million is set aside for net investment in capital assets. This amount is not available for spending. Overall, the city maintains healthy reserves. Next, I'll present the debt, pension, and OPEB performance. The city is not heavy in debt. The outstanding debt balance was about 13 million at the end of fiscal year 2022, a decrease of 1.7 million from the prior fiscal year, primarily due to debt service payments, 5% in governmental debt and 95% in business type debt. The city borrowed money from the State Water Resource Board for water projects, and the ending balance was about 9.6 million. The city also issued revenue bonds for water projects in the past, and the balance was about 8.2 million at the end of fiscal year 2022. These are common financing strategies that agencies with water operations use to finance projects. This slide presents the city's pension liabilities for fiscal years 2021 and 2022. As you can see from the chart, the liabilities decreased from the prior fiscal year. This is due to the investment gains from fiscal year 2021. As I mentioned earlier, we are 1 year behind in receiving the actuarial valuation reports from CalPERS. That's why the gains from 2021 are recognized in fiscal year 2022. I also want to point out that the fire pension liability is presented here for comparison purpose, and this liability is reported in the net deficit in LPFD in the statement of net position. The city has been proactive in funding its pension obligations. In addition to lump sum payments to CalPERS over a number of years, the city also set up a pension trust in 2018 to further buy down its pension liabilities. The goal is also to generate investment earnings and accumulate funds to pay for future pension costs during challenging times. The initial contributions totaled 38 million. Funds invested in the capital growth account are expected to generate more income over time. And funds invested in the conservative account are expected to generate lower investment returns. The assets totaled about 43 million at the end of fiscal year 2022, an increase of 5 million from the initial contribution of 38 million. This slide presents the investment returns for the city's investment portfolio, the two PAS trust accounts, and the CalPERS investment portfolio. Despite the market volatility in fiscal year 2022, the city's two trust accounts had positive investment returns, inception to the investment returns, not just fiscal year 2022 investment return. The returns were 2.7% and 5%. Similar to pension liabilities, the city's OPEB liabilities decreased in fiscal year 2022 due to investment gains from fiscal year 2021. Again, the fire OPEB liability is also included in the net deficit in LPFD, which is reported on the city's statement of net position. Next steps, staff is planning to present a media budget review to the city council at the next council meeting. In the next several months, staff will be working closely with the city council and the community to produce the 2023-25 biennial budget. The proposed budget will be presented to the city council and the community in May, and budget adoption is anticipated in June. This concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer questions.
All right, thank you. I'll go back to our members of our Finance Committee. Vice Mayor, Councilmember Nybert, any questions? You probably had them asked in advance.
I would just note that meeting the subcommittee that met last week, there were lots of questions that came up, mainly thanks to Vice Mayor Balch. And I learned a lot from all the questions that were asked. I did have a few, and so I'm finding that I learn a lot by listening in this case. So I will listen to others' questions, and maybe that will spark some of my own, but I've already learned quite a bit.
It is a steep learning curve for all of us, isn't it? Yeah, Vice Mayor, any questions?
No, and thank you for the compliment. I think it is obviously something I do for a living, so it's a little different. But I did ask all of them. One of them that I'm going to ask again, and I think I gave the heads up on, was we have a general fund reduction, approximately $4.6 million. And it was a conversation about attrition as the driver, right? And so my question to staff is, how long do we, maybe more to city manager, but I'll let you guys choose, but how long do we think that we can keep budgeting attrition or getting windfalls from attrition? At some point, we should probably take another look at how we handle attrition, right? And what is staff's position on that? Budget windfalls from it and whatnot.
So obviously when there are vacancies, that's money that we're not spending. It's not ideal because we need the staff that we've budgeted for to do the work. And so this particular annual comprehensive financial report shows a period of time when there were significant changes in the city manager's office, as well as at several department head positions. And obviously, the one that's probably the most known is the field of police today. And so we want to make sure that our recruitment retention efforts are state of the art and strong. And we do not want to be, and we are not in a position currently where we do any vacancy savings. We don't balance the budget by assuming that we're not going to fill positions here in Pleasanton. We will come with a recommendation as part of this next budget cycle, looking at historical trends that might suggest that a vacancy savings assumption is appropriate so that we're not holding back funds that could otherwise be put to good use in the community. But the goal here is not to budget around assumed vacancy forever. We understand we're going to have turnover and there's a certain savings there. The numbers are too high currently. We need to fill our police positions in particular, but it's not just police, and we have retirements happening throughout the organization. We're working on a human capital report currently that will allow us to identify where we think we will have vacancies and start to succession plan around those. So ongoing efforts to manage that more actively so that we're not seeing a lot of unspent money at the end of the year because we haven't filled positions which are doing the work that need to happen in our community to provide the service that people expect from us.
Okay, thank you. And I think we asked about it, Councilmember Nybert and I, but the pension liabilities, right? So we're booking for 22's report, a $63 million reduction in the liability. It's on slide 22 for you there, Susan. Yeah, so, you know, I guess I'm just going to ask staff, and this is more forward looking, right? What do we think the correction will be when we get to 22's mark to market number, right?
Yeah, it's going to be at, most likely at the 2020
Wipe
level.
away all the gains.
Yeah. That's what we heard from the consultants and CalPERS at this point.
Okay. And so what did you, I apologize, I think you said it in your initial slide or so. What did you do to the other report? What did you, because that's what I'm worried about, misleading the public that the gains are due to any action on our part, right? When they're wiped out next year.
Yeah, so we will include a note in the report indicating that the pension liability and OPEB liabilities expect to increase in fiscal year 2023 due to the investment loss from 2022.
Okay. And so you're going to put that on this one, page 13 right here.
Yes.
Okay. That was what we talked about at the, okay. Thank you. That includes my questions that we had.
All right, thank you. Questions?
Sure. Well, actually, what Jack just covered was one that I had jumped out at me and was also going to ask how it's stunning to see in 1 year that it can be that dramatic. I knew that PERS had a really good year, but to see this both in the OPEB and the pension, but you're saying that will be canceled in 1 year. In the 1 year that it was accomplished, it'll be canceled equally in 1 year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. In 2021, the CalPERS investment return was over 21%, and the loss in 2022 was 7.5%. But then CalPERS also did not earn the 6.8% target investment return. So that's over 13% in loss.
Okay. And our 115 didn't do anywhere near as well as CalPERS did.
Both trust accounts also had a loss, just like CalPERS in 2022. But if we look at the investment return over a 4-year period, the returns are still positive at 2.7% and 5%. This is a long-term investment, so we do expect to see fluctuations from time to time.
Okay.
I get the other benefit is that we are a little bit more in the driver's seat with those set aside accounts. You all know this, but I think that it provides us a nice backstop in years where if money is tied up in PERS, we don't have the ability to play with those resources. But because we have this set aside in years where we do have to make that contribution, where the number is rising, we're basically just creating a parallel account. And as long as it stays positive, we're moving in the right direction.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. As long as it stays positive. My understanding, the way it was discussed, was that being in the driver's seat, that we would have the ability to have a much more positive gain and than PERS. And we didn't in that year. And in fact, some years it's been kind of weak, the 115. I mean, the volatility and all. I understand that, but it hasn't exceeded CalPERS the way that I think we had anticipated. So really another great outcome with higher than expected revenues in so many categories. So my understanding is that we have an overall general fund surplus of 8.4,
Yes.
which yay.
Yes, that's
Okay.
correct.
And it's what I think we've had like 4 consecutive or maybe more surplus years budgets, and we were fearful that this one might not, well, every year we've been fearful that it wouldn't be, but we pulled a rabbit out of the hat with greater than expected property tax revenues and sales tax revenues and hotel TOT, recreation fees, tourism, vehicles. That's a great one. And our restaurants have done really well for us. So yay, great job to them. And so much good stuff here. I was watching some financial forecasts yesterday, and it seems to be pretty split. Some are still very dour and saying, oh, Eeyore, oh dear. But others are saying, no, the economy is gonna weather much better than feared. Do we have a sense?
From what I heard, is that there may be a slowdown in the economy, but the factors for a recession are not there yet.
Okay. All right. Well, I think that's all I have for now. Thank you. And great job. And by the way, love this. I always love it's so great. Such instant knowledge of so many statistics and important things in our community. I just love this. Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Thanks
good-
for the work.
Good
Great
feedback.
report.
All right, Councilmember Arkin.
Okay, I don't have too much because I had some of the same questions that were already asked multiple times. So the only thing I wanted to just clarify, so as stated, the fund balance increased by 8.4 million with our reserve. And I know that's rainy day fund is in there, and there are some other committed uses of that fund, but those funds. But with that, looks like 30 with the rainy day and the unassigned, which is really the reserve, correct? It's like 32.5 million, but we're only at 25% because we were at 30% of our reserve.
So based on the current policy, when you account for the restricted fund balance in the pension trust, we are at 30%. So when you also account for the rainy day reserve, then we are at 38%. The 25% I presented earlier, we only accounted for the committed and unassigned fund balances.
Okay, so I'm sorry, I didn't understand that correctly then. So our total reserve is what amount?
38.
38% if you include the rainy day reserve and the restricted fund balance in the pension trust.
So this is a policy that we will bring back as part of the budget workshop process. The best practice, the GFOA recommendation is to use unrestricted funds as your reserve. And if you start to include the restricted funds that are otherwise committed or have a purpose already, then they're not truly reserve funds. And so what you will, we can talk about the reserve in a number of different ways. What we'd like to do is present a recommendation to the council for how we think we should move forward with that, to take some of the gray area that we've been operating in around the reserve out of that discussion and just make it really clear when we say, here's our reserve number, this group, at the very least, this group, and at the very best, people in our community will recognize what we're talking about, very clearly defined terms.
Okay, so, and I understand because the crisis response and mobile outreach vehicle, those are all earmarked for things we are doing and we're set to do. But the rainy day fund and the unassigned, to me, that seems like that is the reserve. I mean, rainy day, I know I think we've had this conversation before. I don't understand why there's two to begin with and what one means versus the other, but am I not seeing that clearly?
This is why we'll bring this discussion back as a separate item, because the annual comprehensive financial report, really, this wasn't a factor for us in the presentation tonight. It comes up because it has to do with where the funds are kept right now. But to answer your question about the rainy day fund, my understanding is that as we were going into COVID, we had some money that we had for capital purposes that we held on the capital spending for, put them there, didn't know what the circumstances were how things were going to unfold. And so it's essentially been in a holding pattern, but it is capital money. That was the intent of those funds. And so they are going to be pulled back into the capital program as part of our recommendation for the council. And ultimately you'll decide how those funds get allocated. So they're not truly, they're restricted in that the council had a capital plan in mind for them. And so you'll have the final say. It's coming and it will come back.
So that'll come back. That's another
discussion.
conversation. Okay, I just want to make sure I'm understanding it correctly. Okay, I don't think I have any other questions. Thank you.
All right, good questions. And I too am struggling with this. So if we could go back to the slide 24. It shows City of Pleasanton and our 115 trust at 1.7. I mean, you could have put it in protected funds for 1.7 in very, very safe funds.
This 1.7% is related to the city's investment portfolio. It's not the pension trust.
Oh, but it says at the top, 115's pension trust.
Yeah, this is just a title to capture the attention. But the rates that are presented here include the city's investment portfolio, the two past pension trusts, and also the CalPERS portfolio as well, just for comparison purpose. Maybe we should change the title next year.
And if I could help, maybe because I think, Susan, the historical trend for the city's general investment portfolio is probably around 2%. I think that we don't target much higher than that relative to it's not a very aggressive investment portfolio. It's just status quo holding for funds. The other three there, we do look for more from.
Yeah, the two. Yeah. The funds in the city's investment portfolio are restricted to certain investments. For example, we cannot invest in stocks, and we can only go out for 5 years in terms of maturity for bonds and securities. These are very safe investments. They are intended for liquidity and safety purpose.
Okay. Great. And then maybe I could ask you a question about slide 25. It's OPEB liabilities. Do we have a goal of getting that to zero? I know it's liabilities, but you said through time in your presentation, you expect it to. If we were to use some of the rainy day fund, would that put us in a better financial situation to get that OPEB up to break even?
Oh, definitely. If you make significant contributions into the fund status will increase. Based on the latest actual area valuation report, we expect to pay off this liability in about 16 years.
16. Okay.
Yeah.
Is there a cost to the liability, like an interest?
Yes. It's just like a mortgage. The longer you have your mortgage out there, you pay more on interest. The sooner you pay down your mortgage, you save more on interest savings.
Right. So, Director, if you have 10 million in a rainy day fund with a very low return on investment, because it's in that very protected and careful, and you transfer it over to your OPEB, which maybe you're paying a higher interest rate than what you're gaining from your 2.7 or 1.7 1.7 interest. Would you help offset the difference so that you were in a better financial status?
Yeah, it also depends on, you know, the needs of the community and the council's priorities, right? Sometimes you set funds aside in a trust account, the money is tied up, you can't use the funds for other programs and services. That's
I
another
was referring to the
consideration.
rainy day fund because I certainly understand the 115 trust is dedicated to that.
Right.
CalPERS as it should be. But the rainy day fund of about 10 million
Yeah,
is a little bit more flexible.
right. It's up to the council.
And we are, and I'll maybe get a little bit ahead of Director Shea, but we are building a financial model that we'll be able to show scenarios to the council, but we'll also be able to talk about the trade-offs that we're making when we take a $10 million funding source that may have been set aside for capital improvements. Ideally, we'll have this as a budget workshop discussion, and we'll be able to bring you the capital and repair and replacement, all the expenses that we know we have. Some of these items that we're on kind of a payment plan right now, and talk about the pros and cons of advancing one strategy over another.
16 years is a long time. That really is a mortgage.
I often say that the pension and OPEB liabilities are right around my retirement date. Cities will be in fine shape, but up until then, I'll be working my hardest to make sure that we can stay on that track.
Even back before I was on city council, they didn't have any liability for CalPERS. All right. Okay, those are my questions. Let me see if anybody at home has any questions. If you're at home and you're watching, please raise your virtual hand and we'll get right to you and see if you have a question for our city council or staff.
We have no speakers.
Okay, I'll close the public hearing. Bring it back to those of you on the committee. Would you like to make final comments and maybe a motion? Or not?
Whatever you wanted to.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and make a motion to, let's see, I beat the wrong one. To accept the audited annual comprehensive financial report and other related reports for FY 2021-22 as submitted with the staff report.
Okay,
I'll second.
all right. Final comments?
I'll just say, thank you to staff for all your work on all of this. Great clean audit. So it's nice to see. And I do want to thank our two subcommittee members for your work on the audit committee. I appreciate all the work you're doing. And you know, it's a lot of material for us to go through, and I go through it kind of quickly, but I'm putting a lot of trust in you too, that you're taking a more closer look at it than I am perhaps. But thank you for that. And I look forward to more information coming forward as we discussed at a future meeting with our funds. So thank you.
Yeah, I genuinely enjoy the reports and all the information in there. And this one was a very joyful one with all of the positives that were in there. So yeah, thank you for the work. Good job.
Yeah, congratulations on an unmodified and clean opinion. That's really nice. And you're stepping right into the role, doing an excellent job. So thank you. Thanks for your presentation. Some of the font was a little small. I was squinting a little bit, leaning forward into my screen, but the data and the bar charts were extremely helpful. So thank you.
Thank you. We'll make them bigger when we present the budget. You know, I'm learning as well about this, you know, tech environment in the council chambers.
Yeah.
I realized that myself as well.
That's right. Maybe one day we'll have an iPad. We can blow it up on our screen, but we're not able to do that. All right. So we have a motion made and seconded to approve. Let's take a vote.
The motion passes unanimously.
Hey, all right. Like our first unanimous vote tonight. You got it. All right. Thank you. All right. Let me get back to my agenda. Matters initiated by council. Do we have any matters initiated? All right. Seeing none. Council reports. So does anybody have any reports that you would like to start with?
can if.
Oh, certainly.
yeah, Sure. So I attended my first EBCE meeting as the regular meeting on January 18th, and they go lengthy. Councilmember Narum was not leading us astray. So they start at 6 and they go. Stop waste on the 25th, Cal Cities Rev and Tax with our city manager, then the morning after our 1 a.m. housing meeting. I don't think him or I were too participatory. I attended the annual Chinese New Year celebration on January 29th, the audit subcommittee with Councilmember Nybert on the 30th, the ribbon cutting with you all, the state of the chamber event that the mayor swore in Miss Buck, and the Amador civics class I had today and tomorrow.
Well, thanks for going to that. I didn't have the bandwidth to go, and I'm glad you did. Councilmember Nybert.
Thank you. I attended the new mayor and council members conference in Sacramento, put on the League of California Cities following our last regular council meeting. Very worthwhile, informative. The Pleasanton Community of Character Collaborative held the 23rd annual Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Fellowship Breakfast, which I attended. The Tri-Valley Affordable Housing Committee met on January 26th, which I attended. Also on that day, I attended the for Councilmember Testa. I attended the iGate board meeting at Daybreak Labs in Livermore. It's an incubator for biotech startups, as you may know, and they had a tour of some of the labs they have there, and we got to speak with several of the scientists and others who are conducting experiments. So that was very interesting. Of course, a special council meeting on the 26th, the audit subcommittee meeting on the 30th, and then also the ribbon cutting ceremony for ProSomnus Sleep Technologies also on the 30th.
We've all been busy. There you go. All right. Vice Mayor or Councilmember Arkin.
We did that again.
I know.
Okay, yeah.
February.
Some of the same things. We've been running in the same circles, I guess. I had my first EVC meeting, as I said a little bit earlier. Glad to be a part of that again, and attended a couple different ribbon cuttings. I also attended the Altamont Open Space for Councilmember Nybert. Attended that in his absence. The State of the Chamber event I went to. I did interview an Eagle Scout for him to get his civics badge. Valley Link, I went to a introductory Zoom meeting, just kind of get us all up to speed a little bit. But I have a meeting with them this week. I also have mosquito abatement this week. And let me see what else. The Martin Luther King breakfast. What did you say? 32 year, I think it was the 32nd or 34, whatever it was. And I love that event. That's one of my favorite events ever. I was back when the YMCA started that. So I have been to every single one, every year they've had one. So I love that one. So that's it for me right now.
Okay. Yeah, I have a lot, but I started off also attending the Cal Cities new mayor and city council. And for me, it was a refresher because I had done it 4 years ago, but it was a really valuable refresher. And one of the things I just thought that I pulled out of it, they do a junction dysfunction city thing kind of parody. And one of the things that I had forgotten that from having seen it several years ago was they have different role playing, and the person role playing the city managers said a list of annoyances. And one of them was, and I will try to take it to heart, is we all are given an opportunity to ask questions before the meeting, and that to take up unnecessary time during the meeting, certainly additional questions come up with presentation, but that we should, he pointed out how inappropriate it is to take up more time than you need to when you have the opportunity to ask questions and vet them in advance. So that's certainly something I will remember and take to heart. So I also attended the Martin Luther King breakfast. I attended my first Tri-Valley Transportation Committee meeting, my first LAFTA Finance Committee meeting, another Cal Cities Policy Committee meeting, our special city council meeting on the 26th, chamber luncheon that I think most of us attended. I did an onboarding with for LAFTA with the new executive director. Also did another division, Cal City division meeting, another LAFTA meeting. And I think that brings me to today. So yeah, busy.
Speaking of busy, I wasn't able to report. Thank you, Vice Mayor, for filling in for me for the January 17th meeting. I was in Washington, DC, and I had the pleasure of meeting with not only our Congressman Eric Swalwell, staff for Congressman John Garamendi, staff for Congressman DeSaulnier, staff for Dianne Feinstein, U.S. Senator Feinstein, and U.S. Senator Alex Padilla. I also met with the FDA and the FTC. I'm sorry, the EPA, excuse me, the Environmental Protection Agency. We talked about PFAS, as you might assume. And I also attended the U.S. Conference of Mayors, which had many good meetings. I brought a stack of business cards back to the city and a long list of notes, in part thanks to our lobbying firm, Townsend and Associates. I traveled with Mayor Storer, Mayor Hernandez, Mayor Marchand, and Mayor Hudson, who, as many of you know, came back and was not feeling well. So we talked about PFAS. We talked about Valley Link. I also talked about I-680, I-580 flyover that's incomplete, as we all know, and is about $1 billion. And I also lobbied for FEMA to include Alameda County and Contra Costa County. I was very pleased when we got back. They did include us in, hopefully we'll get some funding. So if you have some flood damage, contact the city. So for that, Saturday, I gave out 46 presidential awards to Play. That's a group of young individuals here in the city of Pleasanton. And these young folks, 46 of them, volunteered 5,640 hours. So to all kinds of groups, they are really an impressive group here within the city of Pleasanton. I also attended the Lions Club fundraiser just recently, and I'm thinking fundraising for Lions Wayside Park, but it was honored to swear in the new board chair for the Chamber of Commerce, as well as the chairperson and president, Miss Jill Buck, at the State of the Chamber. But we're not done yet. So I was voted to the nominating committee for the Alameda County Conference of Mayors. I was very pleased as part of my job to put Todd Nelson on the Bikes and Pedestrian Group for the county. So he'll be representing us there. I'm a new LAFCO board member. I was an alternate, and that is the Local Area Formation Council. I attended the sister city for Blair Gowrie Fergus, our Scottish sister city, and gave a speech and a toast to King George III, may he live long. And that is called the Burns Dinner. And then was pleased to be the ribbon cutting for Pro Somnus, their new expanded facility here in the city of Pleasanton. On the Alameda County Transportation Commission, I just stepped up and took on 3 new board roles: projects and services, the I-680, and there's another one, when I'm still going to be on their board. I'll think of that in a second. We were busy on Wheels LAFTA, as mentioned. We yesterday had 5 mayors, and we talked about legislative platform for the 5 cities here in the Tri-Valley. Very pleased to attend the MLK breakfast. And I happened to be in Washington, D.C. for MLK Day on Monday. And so I was happy to be there, ready for my U.S. Conference of Mayors. And finally, I attended one more event in the evening. You think I'm home at night, don't you? It's not true. I am out 6 nights a week, no joke. So this one was for Camp Parks, And I attended along with Mayor Hernandez and County Supervisor Halbert and a 3-star general talking about how they're trying to build reserves at Camp Parks. So that's just, and I didn't bring my calendar, so that's what I could remember. So it's been busy. Thank you again for filling in for me. And I know for many other of the committees that I couldn't attend while I was in Washington, DC. So that is your Pleasanton City Council working on your behalf. This meeting's adjourned.
Oh, wait.
Did you
Oh,
want to read?
we're going to read out. Hold it back up. Would you please read out our closing statements?
Yeah, no problem.
It's on a roll here.
The Pleasanton City Council adjourns this meeting with a tribute to our nation's men and women serving in the military and with gratitude for every United States veteran who has bravely answered the call to serve. Furthermore, we wish to honor the memories of those who have made the ultimate sacrifice in conflicts both past and present in defense of our country.
All right, finally, this meeting's adjourned.